Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1: folded shirts, socks, jackets laid neatly on each step, getting smaller in size as they descended. At the bottom, a child's onesie soaked in what looked like ink. On the wall beside it, written in marker, "She keeps what they wore." Detective Sarah Watkins had spent 15 years in the Henwell Police Department, but nothing had prepared her for the Tanner case. Henwell was a town of 12,000 people nestled in the foothills of western Massachusetts, where most calls involved disputes between neighbors or teenagers breaking curfew. The kind of place where people left their doors unlocked and knew the names of everyone on their street. The Tanner family lived on Sycamore Lane, in a 2-story colonial house with white trim and dark green shutters. Mark and Ellen Tanner had moved there 6 years ago when Mark got a position at the local hospital as a radiologist. Ellen worked part-time as a librarian at the elementary school. Their children, 9-year-old Jason and 6-year-old Mia, were well liked in the neighborhood. The Tanners hosted barbecues in summer and handed out full-sized candy bars on Halloween. On the morning of October 17, 2019, Ellen dropped the kids off at school as usual. She was supposed to work until 2:30, then pick them up. According to the school secretary, Ellen never arrived for her shift. When she didn't appear to collect the children, the secretary called Mark at the hospital. Mark tried Ellen's cell phone repeatedly but got no answer. He left work early to search for his wife. By 4:15 p.m., Mark had called the police. Officer Dale Reynolds took the initial report, noting that Ellen's car was missing from the driveway, but her purse was still on the kitchen counter. Her cell phone was found on the living room coffee table, plugged into its charger. Nothing appeared disturbed in the home. "People don't just vanish," Mark kept saying as he paced the kitchen. Ellen wouldn't leave without her purse. She wouldn't leave the kids. The children were frightened but had no information to offer. Jason recalled his mother making pancakes for breakfast, kissing him goodbye at the school entrance. Mia remembered her mother promising to make spaghetti for dinner. As the evening progressed, friends and neighbors gathered at the Tanner home. They called Ellen's sister in Vermont, her parents in Florida, her college roommate in Chicago. No one had heard from her. The local police issued a missing persons report and began searching the areas between the Tanner home and the elementary school. 3 days passed with no sign of Ellen. Her car, a white Honda Accord, was found abandoned in the parking lot of a hiking trail 6 miles from town. The keys were still in the ignition. Her jacket lay neatly folded on the passenger seat. The investigation intensified. Volunteers searched the wooded areas surrounding the trail. Police interviewed everyone who knew Ellen, examined her computer, and checked her credit cards for activity. Nothing provided any clues to her whereabouts. On the 5th day, Detective Watkins requested permission to bring in a forensic team to examine the Tanner house more thoroughly. Mark agreed immediately. "I just want her home," he said, his voice hollow with exhaustion. "The children keep asking when Mommy's coming back." The team started in the master bedroom, methodically working their way through the house. Everything appeared normal until they reached the basement door. It was locked from the outside with a padlock that hadn't been there during the initial sweep of the house. Mark stared at the lock in confusion. "That's not ours," he said. "We never lock the basement. The kids' playroom is down there." When they cut through the padlock and opened the door, Detective Watkins was the first to see it, clothing laid out on each step of the basement stairs, folded with precision. A man's blue button-down shirt on the top step, a woman's blouse on the next, then a teenage boy's t-shirt, a younger child's dress, and so on, getting smaller in size as they descended. At the bottom step lay a tiny onesie soaked in dark liquid. Next to it, written on the wall in black marker, "She keeps what they wore." The forensic team processed the scene, confirming that the substance on the onesie was ink, not blood. None of the clothing belonged to the Tanner family. The basement playroom was untouched, with toys scattered exactly as the children had left them days before. The discovery shifted the investigation dramatically. Detective Watkins ordered a deep background check on Ellen Tanner. What emerged was surprising. Ellen Walker, her maiden name, had been raised in 8 different foster homes between the ages of 6 and 18. Her parents weren't in Florida. They had died in a car accident when she was a child. The sister in Vermont was actually a former foster sister with whom she had maintained contact. More disturbing was the discovery that Ellen had briefly been a person of interest in the disappearance of a child from one of her foster homes when she was 16. The 2-year-old had vanished from his bedroom overnight, never to be found. Ellen had been questioned but never charged due to lack of evidence. Mark was devastated by the revelations. "That's impossible," he insisted. "Ellen would never hurt anyone. She loves our children. She volunteers at the school because she loves being around kids." As the investigation continued, more unsettling details emerged. 3 other missing persons cases over the past decade shared similarities with Ellen's disappearance. All involved parents of young children who vanished without warning. All had their vehicles found at public parks or trails, and in each case, a personal item had been left behind in the vehicle, always neatly folded. None of those missing persons had ever been found. 2 weeks after Ellen's disappearance, Jason told Detective Watkins something he had forgotten. The morning his mother disappeared, he had seen her talking to a woman with long gray hair in their driveway before school. The woman had been wearing a blue coat with bright buttons. "Mommy called her Miss Patricia," Jason said. "She looked old, like a grandma." A canvass of the neighborhood revealed that several residents had noticed an elderly woman walking the streets in the weeks before Ellen's disappearance. No one knew her name or where she lived. Then came the breakthrough. A traffic camera on Main Street had captured footage of Ellen's Honda following a dark green sedan at 8:43 a.m. on the day she vanished. The sedan was registered to a Patricia Loden, 71, with an address 40 miles away in the town of Cordell. When police arrived at Loden's home, a small, neat house on the outskirts of town, they found it empty. But a search of county records revealed that Patricia Loden had once been Ellen's foster mother for a brief period when Ellen was 12. The investigation uncovered that Loden had fostered 19 children over 3 decades. 3 of those children had gone missing while in her care. Each disappearance had been classified as a runaway case due to the troubled backgrounds of the children. Loden had never been charged. The search for Ellen Tanner and Patricia Loden continued for months, spanning multiple states. Their photos appeared on national news programs and missing persons websites. Psychics offered their services. True crime podcasts analyzed the case. 6 months after Ellen's disappearance, a hiker in the Green Mountains of Vermont discovered an abandoned cabin. Inside were dozens of neatly folded articles of clothing, each with a name and date written on a tag pinned to the fabric. Ellen's library badge was found on a small table beside a journal filled with cramped handwriting. The journal contained entries dating back 30 years, all written in the same hand. They detailed Patricia Loden's belief that she was saving children by removing their parents, that she was the mother they all needed. The final entry, dated 3 days after Ellen's disappearance, read, "Ellen understands now. She remembers what I taught her. Together we will save so many more." Despite extensive searches, neither Ellen Tanner nor Patricia Loden was ever found. The clothing on the basement stairs remained the only physical evidence in the Tanner home. Forensic analysis showed that some of the items belonged to people who had gone missing as far back as 1992. Mark Tanner and his children eventually moved away from Henwell. The house on Sycamore Lane remained empty for years, its value dropping as rumors spread about what had happened there. Detective Watkins never closed the case. Every October 17th, she visited the empty Tanner house, standing at the top of the basement stairs, wondering if Ellen had been a victim or an accomplice, wondering if she had gone willingly or been taken by force, wondering if the clothing on the stairs had been a message or a confession. Sometimes residents of Henwell report seeing an elderly woman with long gray hair walking with a younger woman along the hiking trail where Ellen's car was found. They say the younger woman carries a small notebook and pen, carefully writing something as the older woman speaks. By the time police arrive, the women are always gone. But folded clothing neatly arranged is often found left behind. Crime 2, identical side by side, but only one opened. The second had no hinges, just a knob glued in place. Behind the fake door, they found insulation packed around something solid, an old camera still recording, and a note inside, "Use the left one next time." In Millfield, Oregon, Eliza Marsh had lived a quiet life for 38 years. Her modest 2-story craftsman home sat at the end of Oakwood Drive, a street lined with sugar maples that blazed orange every October. Neighbors described her as reserved but thoughtful, the kind of woman who remembered birthdays with handwritten cards but rarely accepted invitations to block parties. She taught 3rd grade at the local elementary school, where colleagues admired her meticulous lesson plans and calm demeanor with difficult students. What few people knew about Eliza was that she lived with a constant, low-grade anxiety. Since childhood, she had developed elaborate routines to manage her fear. She locked her doors 3 times before bed. She arranged her kitchen utensils with mathematical precision. And when she purchased her home 5 years ago, she had immediately commissioned a peculiar renovation. A second front door installed right beside the first, identical in every way down to the brass mail slot. "I just like symmetry," she told the contractor, who found the request unusual but not concerning enough to question. The modification wasn't visible from most angles of the street, thanks to the home's recessed entryway and the dense hydrangea bushes Eliza planted shortly after moving in. On September 17, 2023, Karen Wells, the school principal, called the police for a welfare check. Eliza hadn't shown up for the first day of classes after summer break, something that had never happened in her 14-year teaching career. Her voicemail was full. Her email inbox automatically replied with an out-of-office message, though no vacation time had been requested. Officer Daniel Powell arrived at the house just after noon. The temperature had reached 84 degrees, unusual for mid-September in Oregon. He noted the overgrown lawn, the stack of newspapers on the porch, and the mailbox stuffed with envelopes. He knocked on the left door, the one with the actual hinges, and waited, then knocked again. The silence that answered felt heavier than it should have. Protocol dictated that he circle the property before attempting entry. In the backyard, he found a garden gone wild and a kitchen window with the curtains drawn. Through a gap in the fabric, he could see dishes stacked neatly in a drying rack, as if someone had just finished washing them and stepped away. Returning to the front, Officer Powell made one more attempt at contact before radioing dispatch for permission to enter. The door was locked, but a neighbor provided the code to the garage keypad. Inside, everything appeared orderly. The house smelled of lemon cleaning products and something else, a faint, sweet decay that Officer Powell recognized from previous welfare checks. In the kitchen, a cup of tea sat on the counter, a thin layer of mold floating on its surface. The refrigerator contained fresh produce, now wilted. A planner on the desk showed appointments scheduled throughout August, with September 5th circled in red. First day back. Everything indicated a life interrupted rather than abandoned. It was when Officer Powell climbed the stairs that the atmosphere shifted. The upper floor was cooler despite the summer heat. The bedroom door stood ajar, revealing an untouched bed with hospital corners. The bathroom contained a damp towel, now musty with mildew. A makeup bag lay open, items arranged by size. "Ms. Marsh," he called again, knowing there would be no answer. The spare bedroom had been converted into a home office. Here, Officer Powell found the first sign of disorder. A chair overturned, papers scattered. The computer was missing, though cables remained plugged into the wall. On the desk sat a framed photograph of a young Eliza with an older woman, her mother, according to neighbors, and beside it a business card for Dr. Benjamin Ryder, clinical psychologist. Detective Sophia Martinez took over the investigation later that afternoon. With 15 years of experience in missing persons cases, she approached Eliza's disappearance methodically. Bank records showed no unusual withdrawals. Eliza's car remained in the garage. Her passport was in her desk drawer. There were no signs of forced entry or struggle beyond the disarray in the office. "Look into her background," Martinez instructed her team. "Everyone has secrets." Dr. Ryder confirmed that Eliza had been his patient for 3 years, seeking treatment for obsessive-compulsive disorder and persistent fears of being watched. She was making progress, he said, visibly uncomfortable about breaking confidentiality even with a warrant. Her last session was August 30th. She seemed preoccupied but not distressed. She mentioned wanting to confront something from her past but wouldn't elaborate. Martinez found Eliza's journals in a locked drawer beneath her bed. The entries detailed an organized mind gradually fraying at the edges. In May, she wrote about hearing footsteps on her porch at night. In June, she installed a security system but complained that the cameras often malfunctioned, showing only static during certain hours. By late August, her handwriting had changed, looser, more hurried. The final entry, dated September 3rd, read simply, "I know who it is now. The door makes sense. It always did." On day 7 of the investigation, a forensics tech made the discovery that would transform the case. While examining the identical front doors, a feature everyone had taken for granted as an aesthetic choice, she noticed a discrepancy in the material behind them. The functioning left door opened to the foyer as expected, but the right door, when forced open by breaking through the wall around it, revealed a narrow cavity. Inside this space, wedged between the false door and the actual wall of the house, they found an old VHS camera, still running though its battery should have died weeks ago. It was attached to a makeshift mount, positioned to record anyone who entered through the real door, and tucked into the camera's carrying case was a handwritten note, "Use the left one next time." The camera contained a tape which the forensics team carefully extracted and viewed. Hours of footage showed the empty foyer, occasionally capturing Eliza entering and leaving her home. Then on September 3rd at 11:42 p.m., the recording showed Eliza opening the door to a visitor, a tall man whose face remained just out of frame. She appeared surprised but not frightened. They spoke briefly before she stepped aside to let him in. The camera recorded nothing else of significance until 4:17 a.m. when the same man exited alone, carefully locking the door behind him. Martinez ordered an analysis of the handwriting on the note. It matched samples from Eliza's journals but showed signs of duress, pressing too hard, inconsistent slant. The paper dated from the 1990s, according to lab tests. Most puzzling was the implication. Next time suggested a pattern, a recurrence, yet the investigation had found no evidence of previous incidents. Eliza's personnel file from the school district revealed that she had transferred from Seattle 5 years earlier, following an unexplained 3-month leave of absence. Further digging uncovered a restraining order filed in Washington against former colleague Nathan Bryce, who had allegedly stalked her after a brief relationship ended. According to Seattle police records, the case had been closed when Bryce died in a car accident in 2018, or so everyone believed. As detectives widened their search, they discovered that Nathan Bryce's dental records had been filed by a different man, his roommate who had borrowed his car the night of the fatal crash. The real Bryce had effectively disappeared around the same time Eliza relocated to Oregon. The second front door suddenly made terrible sense. Eliza hadn't installed it out of symmetry or compulsion. It was a test, a trap for someone she feared would return. The fake door was identical to one from her Seattle apartment, where neighbors had once reported a break-in that left nothing stolen but rearranged her belongings just enough to notice, just enough to make her doubt her sanity. 3 weeks into the investigation, highway patrol officers in Northern California stopped a man for a broken tail light. The driver provided ID for James Wilson, but fingerprint analysis identified him as Nathan Bryce. In his possession, they found Eliza's computer, her driver's license, and a key that would later be confirmed to fit her front door. What they didn't find was Eliza Marsh. The case against Bryce built slowly. Forensic evidence placed him in Eliza's home on the night she disappeared. His digital footprint revealed years of elaborate stalking, following her online activities through spyware, tracking her whereabouts, even applying for jobs at schools neighboring hers. The camera in the wall cavity had been his, planted during a previous break-in, but Eliza had discovered it and turned his surveillance against him. In February 2024, Nathan Bryce was convicted of kidnapping and presumed homicide, though without a body. The latter charge nearly collapsed. He maintained throughout the trial that Eliza had agreed to leave with him that night, that they had reconciled after years of misunderstandings. He claimed ignorance about the camera or the note. To this day, searches continue in the densely wooded areas around Millfield. Seasonal hunters occasionally call in potential discoveries, but nothing has led to Eliza. The elementary school dedicated a reading garden in her memory. Her house remains unsold, the twin doors now a local legend. Detective Martinez keeps a copy of the note on her desk. Sometimes, late at night, she rereads those 6 words, "Use the left one next time," and wonders if they were a warning, a prediction, or a clue to where Eliza might be found. She wonders about the doors we choose in life, and the ones that are merely fa des, hiding something we never thought to look for until it's too late. In Millfield, when new families move in, neighbors now casually mention checking behind walls, testing that locks work as they should. Children whisper about the teacher who vanished and the man who lived behind her walls. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind blows just right through the sugar maples, residents swear they can hear knocking, not from outside trying to get in, but from somewhere within trying to get out. Crime 3, thousands of them, some sealed, others torn, none addressed. Most started the same. She said I had to write. A few had drawings instead. One envelope contained a lock of hair and the phrase, "Don't let her open these." When Detective Sarah Mercer climbed into the narrow attic of the Whispering Pines residence on that cool September morning in 2018, she wasn't prepared for what awaited her. The single bulb hanging from the sloped ceiling cast long shadows across stacks of cardboard boxes, each labeled with months and years going back 2 decades. Inside were the letters, thousands of handwritten pages from Thomas whispering, all seemingly addressed to no one. Thomas had grown up in the small town of Lakeside, Michigan, a quiet place where neighbors knew each other's business but seldom spoke of it. At 42, he had lived in the same 2-story Victorian house his entire life, inheriting it when his mother passed away in 2001. Neighbors described him as pleasant but private, a man who maintained his yard meticulously and worked from home as a technical writer for medical equipment companies. He'd wave from the porch, recalled Martha Donovan, who lived across the street for 30 years. Always had a kind word, but never invited anyone inside, not once in all those years. Thomas's routine rarely varied. Monday through Friday, he would walk to Lakeside Cafe at precisely 7:15 a.m., order the same breakfast, 2 eggs over easy with wheat toast, no butter, and return home by 8:30. Wednesdays, he visited the local library, checking out exactly 2 books, always returning the previous week's selections on time. Sundays, he attended the 10 a.m. service at First Presbyterian, sitting in the same back row pew, leaving immediately after the final hymn. Until June 17, 2018, when Thomas didn't appear at church, or the cafe the following Monday, or the library that Wednesday. It wasn't until Friday, when mail began to accumulate in his box, that Martha Donovan called the Lakeside Police Department to request a wellness check. "I just knew something was wrong," she later told reporters, her voice barely audible. Thomas never deviated from his patterns, never. Officer Dennis Webb knocked at 10:37 a.m., then again at 10:39. At 10:43, he peered through the living room window and saw Thomas whispering, seated in his armchair, facing away, seemingly watching the blank television. When repeated knocks yielded no response, Officer Webb made the decision to enter through the unlocked back door. The house was immaculate, Webb noted in his report, everything in its place. Temperature a steady 68 degrees according to the thermostat, no signs of disturbance. Except for Thomas himself, who had been dead for approximately 5 days. The coroner would later determine the cause as an overdose of prescription sleeping medication. No suicide note was found on the premises. The investigation might have ended there. Another lonely middle-aged man taking his own life in a town where people minded their own business, except for what Detective Mercer discovered in the attic 3 months later. The case had been officially closed when Sandra Bolton, Thomas's second cousin and only living relative, arrived from Arizona to settle his estate. While cleaning the house for sale, she had accessed the attic and immediately called the police. "I only met Thomas twice in my life," Sandra told Detective Mercer. "At my wedding in '95 and at his mother's funeral, but this isn't normal." The letters revealed a different Thomas than the quiet man Lakeside knew. Written in a tight, precise script, they chronicled conversations and interactions with someone named Eliza. Early letters dating back to 1998 were almost childlike in tone. Eliza showed me how to fold paper boats today. She says we'll sail them when the river thaws. She said I had to write it down so I wouldn't forget. But as the years progressed, the tone changed. Eliza is angry again. She says I didn't set the table properly. She says I had to write down what I did wrong. Salad fork placed incorrectly, water glass too close to the plate. I won't make these mistakes tomorrow. And later, Eliza went through my things again. She says I'm hiding something. She said I had to write down everything I did today, hour by hour, and she'll check it against what she observed. I don't know how she watches me at work. The most disturbing aspect, there was no Eliza in Thomas's life that anyone knew of. No girlfriend, wife, sister, or even close friend by that name appeared in any records. Thomas had lived alone since his mother's death, and according to employment and medical records, had no significant relationships of any kind. Detective Mercer spent weeks interviewing townspeople. No one had ever seen Thomas with a woman named Eliza. His phone records showed calls only to work contacts, his doctor's office, and occasional calls to Sandra in Arizona on Christmas and Easter. We considered every possibility, Mercer later explained. Was Eliza a delusion, an imaginary friend, or had there actually been someone controlling Thomas's life, someone who managed to remain completely invisible to an entire community? The investigation took an unexpected turn when Mercer discovered a small locked room in the basement. Unlike the rest of the immaculate house, this room contained only a twin bed, a desk with a computer, and walls covered with photographs, all of the same woman. Young, with dark hair cut in a sharp bob, wearing clothes that appeared to be from the late 1990s. The computer contained only one document, a journal detailing sessions with Thomas spanning 20 years. The writer identified herself as Eliza Whispering, Thomas's mother. County records confirmed that Thomas's mother had indeed been named Eliza Whispering, who officially died of heart failure in 2001. But the journal entries continued well past that date, with the final entry dated just one day before Thomas's death. Patient continues to resist full integration. After 20 years of therapy, he still maintains separate consciousness. Termination of the experiment may be necessary. When detectives reopened Eliza Whispering's grave, they found an empty coffin. The revelation stunned the lakeside community. How had Thomas maintained the faade of a normal life while apparently being controlled by his mother? Had Eliza faked her death? Was she living secretly in the house? Or had Thomas developed a dissociative disorder, writing the journals himself? Martha Donovan recalled one detail that had seemed insignificant before. Sometimes, when I'd wave to Thomas on his porch, I'd catch a glimpse of movement behind the curtains. I always assumed it was just the breeze. The case of Thomas Whispering remains officially unsolved. The house at Lakeside stands empty, its Victorian faade gradually weathering as potential buyers walk through and inevitably decline to make an offer. Some claim to hear typewriter keys clicking in the attic late at night. Others report seeing a woman watching from the upstairs window. And in the county evidence room, those thousands of letters remain in storage, a testament to a life controlled through words, a man who documented his own disappearance one letter at a time, while the person who may have orchestrated it all has never been found. Local authorities continue to search for any trace of Eliza Whispering. but as Detective Mercer noted in her final report, the most disturbing possibility isn't that Eliza Whispering somehow survived. It's that perhaps she never existed at all except in the mind of her son, a son who created an elaborate psychological prison and then finally chose to escape the only way he knew how. The attic remains full of unsent letters, their secrets echoing in a house where time stands still, waiting for answers that may never come. Crime 4, not toward the table, but the walls lined up in a perfect row, backs turned inward. Taped beneath each chair was a photo. All the same woman, all taken from behind. In one, her head was turned just slightly, looking over her shoulder directly into the camera. This was the scene that greeted Detective Leanne Mercer when she entered the home of Eliza Conway in Dearborn, Michigan, on a crisp October morning in 2017. Eliza, a 34-year-old elementary school librarian, hadn't shown up for work in 3 days. The school principal had called her emergency contact, her sister, Andrea, who found the front door unlocked, but no sign of Eliza. Just those chairs arranged in that unnatural formation, silent witnesses to something inexplicable. Eliza had moved to Dearborn 5 years earlier after her divorce from Mark Conway, her college sweetheart. Friends described her as private but warm, someone who kept to herself but always had a kind word for others. She was rebuilding, her sister told Detective Mercer. After the divorce, she wanted a fresh start, somewhere quiet, somewhere she could feel safe again. The Conway marriage had dissolved slowly, then all at once. What began as Mark's occasional jealousy developed into obsessive monitoring of Eliza's whereabouts, checking her phone while she slept, following her to the grocery store. When he finally moved out, Eliza changed the locks the same day. She filed for divorce the following week. In her new life in Dearborn, Eliza seemed to bloom again. She joined a book club at the local library, volunteered at an animal shelter on weekends, and started learning photography. Her coworkers at Westfield Elementary said she never missed a day of work, arriving early to prepare the library for the children. Her absence that Monday morning was the first sign something was wrong. The photographs beneath the chairs were of professional quality. Each showed Eliza from behind at a calf, walking through a park, getting into her car in the school parking lot. The timestamps in the corner indicated they had been taken over the course of 6 months. In the final photo, where she glanced over her shoulder, her expression was one of dawning recognition, of fear. "We need to find Mark Conway," Detective Mercer told her partner after examining the scene, but that proved difficult. Mark had left his apartment in Toledo, Ohio, 3 weeks earlier. His landlord said he'd paid 6 months' rent in advance and mentioned taking time off work. His cell phone had been disconnected. As they searched Eliza's home, other subtle disturbances emerged. Her toothbrush was missing from the bathroom. The pillow on the left side of her bed, the side she didn't sleep on, had a shallow depression. In her refrigerator, they found a half-empty bottle of Chardonnay and 2 glasses, one with a faint lipstick smudge that matched Eliza's shade. The other glass had been wiped clean. Andrea identified several items missing from her sister's belongings. A leather-bound journal Eliza had kept since college, her grandmother's sapphire ring, and oddly, all but 1 pair of her running shoes. She ran every morning, Andrea said, her voice hollow with worry. 5 miles, same route. She said it helped her feel in control. Social media offered little help. Eliza maintained minimal online presence, just a private Instagram account where she shared photos of books and her garden. Her last post had been 9 days earlier, a close-up of morning glories climbing her back fence, captioned simply, "Beauty persists." As the investigation continued, Detective Mercer interviewed Eliza's neighbors. Most had little to offer until she spoke with Edwin Lassiter, a retired postal worker who lived across the street. There was a car, he said, parked down the block for the past few weeks, dark sedan, tinted windows. I noticed because it was always there when I walked my dog at night, but never during the day. 3 days into the investigation, they got their first substantial lead. Eliza's credit card had been used at a gas station just outside of Traverse City, nearly 4 hours north of Dearborn. Security footage showed a man in a baseball cap and sunglasses filling up a dark blue Nissan Altima. The quality was too poor to make a positive identification, but the build matched Mark Conway. They traced the car to a rental agency in Toledo. The vehicle had been rented using Mark's credit card 3 weeks earlier. The clerk remembered him because he had paid the entire month in cash, despite having put the reservation on his card. He seemed nervous, she told Detective Mercer over the phone, kept looking over his shoulder, checking his watch. By now, the investigation had expanded. Mark's workplace, an accounting firm in Toledo, reported that he had taken an indefinite leave of absence, citing family matters. His browser history on his work computer showed searches for remote cabins, Michigan, untraceable calls, and most disturbingly, how long before missing person declared dead. A week after Eliza's disappearance, they located the cabin, a small, weathered structure on the shores of Lake Huron, accessible only by a single dirt road that became nearly impassable in bad weather. It belonged to a client of Mark's firm who had mentioned it was vacant during the fall months. When the officers arrived, the cabin appeared empty. No vehicles outside, no lights on, but the lock on the back door had been tampered with. Inside, they found evidence someone had been staying there, food wrappers in the trash, a sleeping bag on the couch. In the bathroom, a single long brown hair caught in the shower drain, the same color as Eliza's. Most telling was what they found beneath the loose floorboard in the bedroom, Eliza's journal. The final entry, dated 3 days before her disappearance, read, "Someone's been in my house, nothing obvious missing, but things moved slightly. The photo album's rearranged, the coffee mug I left by the sink now in the dishwasher. Am I imagining this? Mark always said I was paranoid. Maybe he was right." The search for Eliza Conway intensified. Helicopter sweeps of the surrounding forest, cadaver dogs combing the shoreline, dive teams searching the cold, dark waters of the lake. Nothing. 2 weeks after her disappearance, Mark Conway's rental car was found abandoned at a trailhead 50 miles from the cabin. Inside was a single running shoe, matching the brand Eliza wore. No blood, no signs of struggle, just that lonely shoe placed carefully on the passenger seat. The following day, a hiker reported finding a man's wallet on a hiking trail several miles from where the car had been abandoned. Inside was Mark Conway's driver's license, $43 in cash, and a folded photograph of Eliza on their wedding day, her face carefully scratched out. As fall turned to winter in Michigan, the search continued with diminishing returns. Mark Conway's bank accounts showed no activity. His passport had not been used. It was as if both he and Eliza had simply vanished into the dense northern forests. Then, 4 months after her disappearance, Detective Mercer received a postcard at the police station. No return address, postmarked from Vancouver, Canada. On the front was a picture of the harbor. On the back, in careful block letters, "She always said she wanted to disappear. I helped her." Was it a confession, a taunt, a deliberate misdirection? Forensic analysis showed no fingerprints, no DNA. The handwriting was inconclusive, similar to Mark's, but possibly disguised. The case of Eliza Conway remains officially open. Her home in Dearborn sits empty, preserved as a crime scene, though the yellow tape has long since been removed. The dining room chairs have been catalogued as evidence, each photograph carefully documented. Occasionally, Detective Mercer returns, standing in that dining room, trying to read the message in their silent arrangement. Some in the department believe Mark murdered Eliza and successfully disposed of her body in the vast wilderness of northern Michigan before fleeing to Canada. Others think both are alive, that they planned the disappearance together, an elaborate scheme to start over. A few even wonder if Eliza eliminated Mark, using the stalking narrative as cover for her own escape. Andrea keeps her sister's memory alive, maintaining a Facebook page dedicated to finding Eliza. Every year on her birthday, she posts a new photo, always writing the same message. Someone knows something. Please come forward. And somewhere, perhaps in a cabin deep in the Canadian woods, or in an unmarked grave beneath the Michigan pines, or in plain sight under a new identity, lies the answer to what happened when those dining room chairs were turned to face the wall, bearing witness to a moment of terrible truth that no one else saw. Crime 5, at first they thought it was just spills, but the stains formed letters, hundreds of names written in looping strokes across the concrete. One was still fresh, glistening. When they wiped it up, another name began to appear underneath. The house at 2437 Willow Creek Drive in Harrington Falls, Minnesota had stood empty for nearly 6 months before the Colemans purchased it in September 2018. It was a modest split-level home built in the 1970s, with faded blue siding and a detached 2-car garage that sat slightly askew on the property, as if it had been placed there as an afterthought. James and Melissa Coleman, along with their teenage daughter Abby, were drawn to the quiet cul-de-sac and the significantly below-market price. The previous owner, an elderly widow named Margaret Becker, had passed away, and her children lived out of state, eager to liquidate their mother's assets quickly. The house needs some work, the realtor had told them, but nothing major, just cosmetic updates mostly. When the Colemans moved in, they noticed the garage floor was stained with what appeared to be decades of oil leaks and chemical spills, dark, irregular patches that spread across most of the concrete floor. James made a mental note to power wash and reseal it come spring. For now, they were focused on making the house livable before winter set in. It was Abby who first noticed something strange about the garage floor. On a crisp October afternoon, while sorting through boxes of holiday decorations, she called out to her parents. "Mom, Dad, there's writing on the floor." James set down the rake he'd been using and walked over. The afternoon sun streamed through the dirty windows at just the right angle, casting shadows across the floor that highlighted what they'd previously dismissed as random stains. Those are letters," Melissa whispered, crouching down for a closer look. Indeed, what had appeared to be ordinary oil stains were actually names, dozens, perhaps hundreds of them, written in what looked like motor oil or some similar dark substance. The names varied in size and clarity. Some faded to near invisibility, others more distinct. Some appeared to be written in different handwriting styles. "Maria, Stephen, Elijah," James read aloud, moving carefully across the floor. "What is this?" The family spent the rest of the afternoon examining the names, occasionally recognizing one that seemed familiar, perhaps from local news or town gossip, though they couldn't place why. As newcomers to Harrington Falls, they knew few people in the community. Among the more visible names, one stood out. Near the center of the garage floor was Lisa Dunham, written in larger, bolder strokes than the others. Unlike most names, which were written in cursive, Lisa's name was printed in capital letters, as if meant to be emphasized. Most disturbing was a name near the garage door, JFFREYKLEIN, that still appeared wet, the oil glistening under the fading sunlight. When James touched it with a paper towel, it came away damp. "That's impossible," he said. "This garage has been closed up for months." When Melissa attempted to wipe away the fresh name with a cleaning solution, they made another unsettling discovery. As the top layer dissolved, another name began to emerge underneath, ALEXANDRA Webb, as if the names were layered one atop another. That evening, the Colemans searched online for information about the previous owner. Margaret Becker had lived in the house for nearly 40 years, since 1979, following her husband's death. She had worked as a nurse at Harrington Memorial Hospital until her retirement in 2001. Her obituary described her as a quiet, private woman devoted to her garden and church activities. Nothing unusual. They found nothing about Lisa Dunham or Jeffrey Klein in connection with the house or with Margaret Becker. The only reference they found was a short news article from 2016 about a local man named Jeffrey Klein who had gone missing while hiking near Lake Silverthorne, about 30 miles north of Harrington Falls. His body was never recovered. The next day, James called Frank Donovan, the realtor who had sold them the house. "Frank, did Mrs. Becker ever mention anything unusual about the garage? Something with the floor, maybe?" "The floor," Frank sounded genuinely confused. "No, nothing I can recall. Margaret rarely used the garage in her later years. Her car was always parked in the driveway. Why do you ask?" James hesitated. "We found some strange stains. Looks like writing." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Old houses have their quirks, James. Probably just oil leaks that formed patterns. Our minds like to see meaning where there isn't any." But James wasn't convinced. That weekend, he visited the local historical society, hoping to learn more about the property's history before the Beckers owned it. The volunteer there, an elderly woman named Ruth Parsons, remembered Margaret well. "Such a shame about Margaret," Ruth said. "Always kept to herself after Harold passed. Did you know she was one of the first responders during the chemical spill at the old factory in '83? Saved a lot of lives that day." "Chemical spill?" James asked. Ruth nodded. "The North Lake chemical plant. It's been gone for decades now. Used to be just a mile from your house. They made industrial solvents, cleaning products, that sort of thing. There was an accident. Several workers were exposed to some nasty chemicals. Margaret was on duty in the ER that night." James felt a chill run down his spine. "Do you know if either a Lisa Dunham or a Jeffrey Klein worked there?" Ruth's eyes narrowed slightly. "Lisa Dunham. Yes, that name sounds familiar. She might have been one of the victims of the spill. Several people died over the following years from complications. Why do you ask?" By the time James returned home, Melissa had made another discovery. She'd called a few neighbors, casually asking about the previous owner. One of them, an older man named George who lived 3 houses down, remembered something odd. "Margaret started acting strange about 5 years before she died," George told Melissa. "She used to be active in the community, but then she became reclusive, and there were the nighttime rituals." "Rituals?" "Every month on the full moon, her garage lights would come on around midnight. You could see shadows moving inside like she was pacing back and forth. And there were the visitors, always coming late at night, always leaving before dawn." That evening, the Colemans sat at their kitchen table, piecing together what little they knew. Margaret Becker, a retired nurse who had treated victims of a chemical spill. Names appearing on a garage floor, some connected to missing persons or possible victims of the spill. Strange nighttime activities observed by neighbors. Maybe she was documenting victims, Melissa suggested. Some kind of memorial. But why hide it under layers of oil? And how does that explain the fresh name? James countered. Abby had been quiet throughout the conversation. Finally, she spoke up. I looked up Alexandra Webb, the name that appeared when you wiped away Jeffrey Klein's name. There's a 17-year-old girl with that name who went missing from Rockford 2 weeks ago. They're still searching for her. A heavy silence fell over the kitchen. The following week, James hired a concrete specialist to examine the garage floor. The specialist took samples from various spots and promised to have results within days. Meanwhile, Melissa contacted a forensic specialist at the State University who agreed to analyze photographs of the names. The concrete specialist called first. Mr. Coleman, I've never seen anything quite like this. The stains aren't just on the surface, they're permeating the concrete to varying depths, and it's not motor oil. It's organic material mixed with what appears to be industrial solvent, similar to what they used to use in embalming, but with some components I can't identify. 2 days later, the forensic specialist called with her assessment. These aren't random patterns, Mrs. Coleman. They're definitely intentional. The writing was done over many years by at least 3 different people based on a handwriting analysis. And there's something else, the newest name you photographed, Jeffrey Klein. The handwriting matches samples of Margaret Becker's writing that you provided. But she's been dead for 6 months, Melissa whispered. I can only tell you what the analysis shows, the specialist replied carefully. Science doesn't have all the answers. That night, as a full moon rose over Harrington Falls, the Colemans sat in their living room with the lights dimmed, watching the garage through the window. At precisely midnight, they noticed a faint glow emanating from beneath the garage door, though all the lights inside were definitely turned off. James slowly walked across the yard, Melissa and Abby following at a distance. When he reached the side door of the garage, he hesitated, then turned the handle. It was unlocked, though he was certain he had secured it earlier. Inside, the garage was dark except for a soft blue luminescence that seemed to radiate from the floor itself. The names were glowing, pulsating gently like heartbeats. In the center of the floor, where Lisa Dunham was written, stood a figure, translucent, wavering, yet unmistakably human in form. As the Colemans watched in silent horror, the figure knelt down and began tracing a new name with its finger. Where it touched, the concrete seemed to weep a dark, oily substance that formed letters. Thomas Riley, it wrote, the fresh name glistening on the concrete. The figure looked up then, its features momentarily resembling those of an elderly woman, Margaret Becker, before shifting to someone younger, perhaps Lisa Dunham herself, then cycling through other faces too quickly to recognize. It spoke in a whisper that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. They need to be remembered. The chemicals changed us. We're in the soil now, in the water. Margaret found a way to bind us, to give us purpose, to warn. The figure pointed to the newly written name. 3 days, like Silverthorn. He doesn't know the water is poisoned there. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure dissolved into a fine mist that settled onto the concrete floor, the glow fading until the garage was dark once more. The Colemans backed away, returning to their house in stunned silence. They spent the night researching Thomas Riley, eventually finding a social media post about a camping trip he had planned to Lake Silverthorne that weekend. After much debate, James anonymously called the local police the next morning, reporting suspicious activity near Lake Silverthorne and suggesting they warn campers about possible water contamination. The dispatcher thanked him but sounded skeptical. 2 days later, state environmental officials issued an emergency warning about dangerously high levels of industrial chemicals detected in Lake Silverthorne, closing the area to all recreational activities pending further investigation. The Colemans never spoke publicly about what they had witnessed. They neither moved out of the house nor used the garage for parking. Instead, James installed a heavy-duty lock on the garage door, and they converted the space into what they told neighbors was a memorial garden enclosed in glass, a peaceful place filled with plants and a small fountain. Every full moon, they place a single white candle in the window facing the garage. And every morning after, they check the floor, documenting any new names that have appeared and quietly passing warnings to authorities when possible. The names continue to appear, some from the distant past, others predicting tragedies yet to come. The Colemans have become reluctant guardians of a mysterious force they don't fully understand, bound to a duty they never sought. In Harrington Falls, rumors persist about the house at 2437 Willow Creek Drive. Some say you can see strange lights in the garage on certain nights. Others claim that the Coleman family has gone peculiar since moving in, always watching, always listening, as if privy to secrets no one else can hear. But no one knows about the names on the garage floor, hundreds of them now, written in a substance that is neither fully of this world nor entirely separated from it. Names of the forgotten, the lost, the soon-to-be claimed. A record kept by hands that continue their work long after death, warning of dangers that linger in the soil, the water, and the forgotten history of a small Minnesota town. Crime 6, worn leather tied together by the laces and stuffed with dried flowers. Beneath them, a pile of ash and a scrap of fabric with teeth marks. Sewn into the tongue of the left shoe were the words, "I walked here for her." The shoes belonged to no one in the Reeves household, not to Elaine, the mother who kept every closet meticulously organized, not to Michael, the father whose work boots and dress shoes were always neatly paired, and certainly not to 16-year-old Olivia, whose collection of sneakers and ballet flats filled her own closet upstairs. Yet there they were, discovered on a Tuesday afternoon in March 2018, tucked into the darkest corner of the guest bedroom closet in their home in Millwood, Oregon. Olivia found them when she was searching for the winter blankets her mother had stored away. The house was quiet that afternoon, unusually so. Michael was at work at the insurance firm downtown. Elaine had driven to her sister's house in Portland, an hour away. The shoes were men's size 11, brown leather Oxfords with worn soles and tiny cracks in the leather. They didn't belong there. They didn't belong anywhere in the house. The Reeves family had lived in their 2-story colonial for 11 years. It was a quiet neighborhood, the kind where people knew each other's names but kept to themselves. The kind where someone might notice if you didn't pick up your newspaper for 3 days but wouldn't ask why. The Reeves were private people, respected but not particularly close to their neighbors. Olivia didn't tell her parents about the shoes right away. She placed them back exactly as she'd found them, took the blankets she needed, and closed the closet door. That night at dinner, she watched her parents carefully. Did they seem different? Did they know? Her mother served pot roast. Her father talked about a difficult client. Normal Tuesday conversation. 3 days passed before Olivia mentioned the shoes to her best friend, Lucy. They were sitting in Lucy's basement bedroom, supposedly studying for their AP history exam. "There's something weird in our guest room closet," Olivia said, her voice deliberately casual. "A pair of men's shoes I've never seen before." Lucy looked up from her textbook. "Like old shoes, maybe they're your dad's." "No," Olivia said, "they're stuffed with dried flowers, and there's a message sewn into them." That weekend, while her parents went to a dinner party, Olivia invited Lucy over. They stood before the open closet, staring at the shoes. Lucy picked one up, examined the leather, the worn sole. "This is creepy," she whispered. "Why would someone put dried flowers in shoes?" When Olivia reached for the left shoe to show Lucy the embroidered message, her fingers brushed against something she hadn't noticed before. A small envelope tucked beneath the insole. Inside, a Polaroid photograph of a young woman with long dark hair standing in front of a motel. On the back, written in faded blue ink, "Rosewood Motel, 1992, our beginning." The woman wasn't Olivia's mother. On Monday, Detective Marion Walsh of the Millwood Police Department sat across from Michael Reeves in an interview room. It had been 24 hours since Olivia had called 911, her voice trembling as she explained about the shoes, the flowers, the photograph. "Mr. Reeves," Detective Walsh said, her voice calm and measured, "can you tell me if you recognize these items?" She slid the evidence bag containing the shoes across the table. Michael stared at the bag, his face blank. "I've never seen those before in my life." "They were found in your home, Mr. Reeves, in your guest bedroom closet." "I don't know how they got there. I don't know who they belong to." Detective Walsh had been with the Millwood Police Department for 17 years. She'd seen guilt manifest in many ways, in anger, in tears, in silence. Michael Reeves showed none of these. His confusion seemed genuine. "The woman in the photograph," Walsh continued, "do you recognize her?" Michael glanced at the Polaroid in the second evidence bag. He shook his head. "No." "Mr. Reeves, the photograph was taken at the Rosewood Motel in 1992. Where were you in 1992? "I was in college, University of Oregon. I was 21. "Did you ever visit the Rosewood Motel?" "I don't think so. I don't remember a place by that name." The interview continued for 2 hours. Michael maintained his innocence, his confusion, his complete lack of recognition. When Walsh interviewed Elaine Reeves later that day, she got the same response. "Those shoes aren't Michael's," Elaine said firmly. "I've never seen them before." "Mrs. Reeves," Walsh asked carefully, "has your husband ever given you reason to doubt his faithfulness?" Elaine's eyes narrowed. "Never. We've been married 18 years. I know my husband." The investigation expanded. The Rosewood Motel still existed, though it had changed hands several times since 1992. No records remained from that time. The dried flowers in the shoes were identified as forget-me-nots and lavender, both common, revealing nothing about their source. The ash contained beneath the shoes was analyzed. Partial remains of burned paper, impossible to identify further. The scrap of fabric with teeth marks yielded no usable DNA. 3 weeks into the investigation, Detective Walsh received a call from a Detective Morales in Eugene. In 1993, a 20-year-old woman named Vanessa Moore had disappeared after telling friends she was meeting someone at the Rosewood Motel. Her case had gone cold, no body, no suspect, no resolution. Vanessa had long dark hair, like the woman in the Polaroid. When shown a photo of Vanessa Moore, Michael Reeves looked genuinely shocked. "I don't know her," he insisted. "I swear I don't know her." Digital records were scarce for the early 1990s, but Walsh and Morales dug through physical archives. University of Oregon enrollment records confirmed Michael Reeves had been a student from 1989 to 1993. Vanessa Moore had attended the same university, though there was no evidence they'd ever shared classes. A month into the investigation, an anonymous letter arrived at the Millwood Police Department. Inside was a single sheet of paper with typed text. "The shoes walked to the Reeves house. Look for him beneath the bridge where the creek narrows. Ask about the man who collected shoes." Walsh drove to the only place in Millwood where a creek ran under a bridge, Oakwood Park, 2 miles from the Reeves home. A search team combed the area but found nothing unusual. The investigation stalled. The forensic evidence yielded nothing conclusive. Michael and Elaine Reeves were cooperative but maintained their ignorance. Olivia became withdrawn, jumpy, convinced someone had been in their house. 2 months after the shoes were discovered, Lucy's mother, Susan Parker, requested a meeting with Detective Walsh. They sat in Walsh's office, Susan fidgeting with her purse strap. "There's something I need to tell you," Susan said. "Something about my brother." Susan explained that her brother, Daniel Parker, had suffered from severe mental illness. He disappeared in 1996, presumed dead after his car was found abandoned near a river. Before his disappearance, he developed an obsession with leaving messages for people he believed had wronged him. "He knew Michael Reeves in college," Susan said quietly. "They had some kind of falling out. Daniel never told me the details, but he blamed Michael for something terrible." "Did Daniel know Vanessa Moore?" Susan shook her head. "I don't know, but Daniel collected shoes. He believed they absorbed a person's energy. He would take shoes from people he was fixated on." Walsh asked the question that hung in the air between them. "Why are you telling me this now, Mrs. Parker?" Susan looked down at her hands. "Because I recognized the handwriting on that photograph when Lucy described it to me. It's Daniel's handwriting, and because I found something in our attic yesterday. Newspaper clippings about Michael Reeves going back years, and a map of their house with the guest bedroom closet marked." The investigation shifted. Daniel Parker had been employed as a substitute janitor at Millwood High School 3 months before the shoes were discovered, the same school Olivia attended. He would have had access to the Reeves home address through school records. There was no evidence he was dead. No body had ever been found. The shoes contained no fingerprints except Olivia's and Lucy's. The dried flowers could have been purchased anywhere. The photograph might have been staged years after 1992. 3 more months passed. The case remained open but inactive. The Reeves family installed a security system. Olivia started seeing a therapist. Life attempted to return to normal, though the guest bedroom door remained closed. In December 2018, 9 months after the discovery of the shoes, Detective Walsh received another anonymous letter. This one contained an old key with a tag labeled Storage Unit 437, Pioneer Storage, Eugene. Inside the storage unit, Walsh found hundreds of shoes, men's, women's, children's, each containing dried flowers and small tokens, photos, scraps of fabric, locks of hair. In the center of the unit stood a table with a single item, a journal. The first entry was dated September 1992. "I saw them together today. I followed him to the motel. I watched him betray her. I will make him remember." The last entry was dated February 2018. The shoes will find him, they always do. I've walked so far for her, for Vanessa. Daniel Parker was never found. The journal entries suggested someone suffering from delusions, fixated on perceived wrongs, convinced of conspiracies that likely never existed. Whether Michael Reeves ever knew Vanessa Moore remained unclear. The investigation concluded that Daniel Parker had planted the shoes during a brief period when he had access to the Reeves home, possibly through his temporary position at the school. The Reeves family moved away from Millwood in early 2019, seeking a fresh start in another state. They left no forwarding address. Sometimes, late at night, Olivia still dreams of shoes with dried flowers inside them, of closets that contain things that shouldn't be there, of a man who believed shoes could walk on their own, carrying messages of vengeance or redemption. And somewhere perhaps Daniel Parker still walks, collecting shoes that tell stories only he can hear. Beneath a bridge where a creek narrows in Millwood, Oregon, water flows over smooth stones. No one has thought to look 6 feet deeper, where the earth might hold other secrets, not shoes, but perhaps answers to questions no one has thought to ask. Crime 7, in the drowsy town of Larkville, Missouri, where the summers stretched long and the winters came early, Ellen Marsh kept to herself. Those who knew her described her as methodical, a woman who color-coded her grocery list and always returned her library books 3 days before they were due. She had moved to Larkville 15 years ago when she was 29, taking a position as the administrative assistant at the local high school. No one knew much about Ellen's past. She spoke vaguely of growing up somewhere near Chicago and would change the subject when asked for details. Her small ranch house on Redwood Drive was impeccably maintained, the lawn mowed to exactly 2 inches, the white trim painted every other spring, the curtains always drawn at precisely 6 o'clock each evening. Ellen had a habit of running her fingers through her long chestnut hair when she was thinking, twisting it into a loose braid and then letting it unravel again. The school principal, Margaret Holden, once remarked that it was the only spontaneous thing Ellen ever did. On April 12, 2024, Ellen didn't arrive at work. It wasn't like her to miss a day. She had accumulated over 3 months of unused sick leave. Margaret called Ellen's home phone, then her cell. Both went straight to voicemail. By noon, Margaret asked the school security guard, Jim Travers, to drive by Ellen's house and check on her. "Just to make sure she's okay," Margaret said, though her tone suggested she expected the worst. Jim found Ellen's silver Honda Civic in the driveway. The morning newspaper sat untouched on the front step. He knocked, waited, then knocked again harder. The house remained silent. Jim peered through the front window but couldn't see anything unusual in the dim interior. "I called the police," Jim later told detectives. "Something felt wrong. Ellen was never late for anything, not in the 15 years I'd known her." Officer Curtis Wade arrived 30 minutes later. He knocked, announced himself, then made the decision to enter after noticing the back door was unlocked. Another anomaly in Ellen's strictly ordered life. The interior of Ellen's house was as neat as everyone expected. The kitchen counters gleamed. 3 coffee mugs hung on hooks beneath the cabinet, arranged by size. In the living room, 2 novels sat on the coffee table, both with bookmarks exactly 1/3 of the way through. Officer Wade moved through the house methodically. The bedroom door was closed. When he pushed it open, he found Ellen's bed made, the corners tucked with hospital precision. The closet contained clothes organized by color and season. Everything seemed normal, except for one detail that Officer Wade would later describe as the first domino to fall. The bathroom door was open, and the light was on. Ellen's bathroom was small but functional. White tiles, white walls, a pedestal sink with a single bar of unused soap, a shower curtain pulled fully closed, and above the sink, a medicine cabinet with a mirrored door that hung slightly ajar. Officer Wade approached the cabinet and opened it fully. Inside were the expected items: toothpaste, dental floss, ibuprofen, Band-Aids. He closed it and noticed something on the back of the mirror, a small brass key taped to the reflective surface with yellowed, brittle tape that had begun to curl at the edges. When Officer Wade carefully removed the key, he heard a faint crack. A hairline fracture appeared in the mirror, running from top to bottom, splitting his reflection in two. Behind the medicine cabinet was a small hollow space in the wall. Officer Wade shined his flashlight inside and discovered a wooden box about the size of a hardcover book. The box was unadorned except for a small brass lock that matched the key he had found. He removed the box, placed it on the sink counter, and used the key to unlock it. Inside was a severed braid of dark hair, tied at both ends with red thread. Beneath it lay a folded piece of paper. Officer Wade carefully unfolded the note and read the 5 words written in faded blue ink: "She unlocked me first." The investigation into Ellen Marsh's disappearance expanded rapidly after the discovery. Detectives learned that Ellen Marsh wasn't her real name. Fingerprint records identified her as Catherine Dowling, who had vanished from her apartment in Evanston, Illinois, in 2009. Catherine had been reported missing by her roommate, Lydia Walsh, who told police that Catherine had been acting strangely in the weeks before her disappearance. She kept saying someone was watching her, Lydia had told Evanston police. She thought she saw the same man following her multiple times. I told her to call the police, but she said they wouldn't believe her. Detectives from Larkville contacted Lydia, now married and living in Seattle. "I always wondered what happened to Catherine," Lydia said during the recorded interview. "We were close for a while in college, but she became distant our senior year. She started locking herself in her room for days. When I asked what was wrong, she'd say, 'He's getting closer.'" Lydia couldn't provide a description of the man Catherine feared was following her. She never saw his face clearly, just his silhouette sometimes, or the back of his head in a crowd. The investigation revealed more puzzling details. In the 15 years Ellen, or Catherine, had lived in Larkville, she had made no close friends. She attended no social functions outside of mandatory school events. Her internet search history showed regular checks of news from Evanston and surrounding Chicago suburbs. Every 3 months, she searched variations of how to know if someone has found you. Officer Wade's discovery in Ellen's bathroom was just the beginning. Forensic technicians found traces of blood beneath the bathroom tiles, blood that didn't match Ellen's DNA profile. They also discovered that the entire bathroom had been renovated approximately 10 years ago, with Ellen hiring contractors from 3 towns over rather than using local workers. The braid found in the wooden box was human hair, but DNA testing showed it didn't belong to Ellen or Catherine. It belonged to an unknown female. 2 weeks into the investigation, detectives received a call from a retired detective in Chicago named Raymond Sloan. He had worked on a series of stalking cases in the late 2000s, including one involving a graduate student named Catherine Dowling. "Catherine came to us multiple times about a stalker," Sloan explained. We took reports, but there was never enough evidence to pursue it further. No threatening notes, no clear sightings, nothing concrete, just her word that someone was following her. Sloan had kept copies of Catherine's case files after his retirement, sensing there was more to her claims than his department had been willing to investigate. According to his notes, Catherine had mentioned a strange incident involving a mirror. She said she found a mirror in her apartment that she didn't recognize, Sloan read from his notes. When she tried to remove it from the wall, she found a key taped to the back. She never told us what the key opened. The case took another turn when police discovered a storage unit rented under Ellen's name in a neighboring town. Inside, they found dozens of notebooks filled with daily observations, what time she left for work, what route she took, whether she had noticed anything unusual during her day. Some entries were mundane: car behind me for 3 blocks, turned left when I turned right, probably nothing. Others were more concerning: same blue sedan parked across from school again, 3rd time this month. The most disturbing notebook contained only descriptions of dreams. In these, Ellen wrote about a man she called the Watcher. The entries became increasingly fraught over time. Dreamed about him again, standing outside my window. When I woke up, the curtains were open. I know I closed them. He was in my house in the dream, sitting at my kitchen table, drinking from my favorite mug. I threw the mug away this morning. The final entry, dated April 11th, the day before Ellen disappeared, read simply, "He's found me. The mirror told me." As detectives continued to search for Ellen, they uncovered a pattern that spanned back further than they initially thought. Catherine Dowling wasn't her original name either. Before enrolling at Northwestern University, she had been Jessica Lange from Middleton, Wisconsin. Before that, she was Emily Tuttle from Duluth, Minnesota. Each identity lasted approximately 5 years before being abandoned. Each relocation was preceded by increasing paranoia documented in journals, emails, or statements to friends. And in 3 of the 4 identities, there were mentions of mirrors, either being broken, replaced, or feared. 6 months into the investigation, with Ellen Marsh still missing, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A man named Thomas Green was arrested for breaking into a woman's home in Springfield, Illinois. During the arrest, police found a collection of items in his car: women's hairbrushes, photographs taken through windows, and a small wooden box identical to the one found in Ellen's bathroom. Thomas Green was 57 years old, worked as a traveling insurance salesman, and had no criminal record. A search of his home revealed a hidden room lined with mirrors. On the center table sat 5 wooden boxes, 4 containing braids of different colored hair, 1 empty. The DNA from the braid in Ellen's box matched one of Thomas Green's previous victims, a woman who had gone missing from her home in 2004 and was never found. When questioned about Ellen Marsh, Thomas Green smiled and said nothing. When shown photographs of Catherine Dowling, Jessica Lange, and Emily Tuttle, he remained silent. The only time he spoke during the interrogation was when a detective accidentally knocked over a small mirror that had been propped against the wall. "She thinks she got away," Green whispered as the glass shattered on the floor, "but I'm patient. I always find my reflections." Investigators theorized that Thomas Green had been stalking women across the Midwest for decades. His pattern involved long-term surveillance, psychological intimidation through subtle environmental changes like replacing mirrors, and eventually abduction. The wooden boxes and braids appeared to be trophies. 1 year after Ellen Marsh's disappearance, her case remains officially unsolved. Thomas Green sits in a maximum security facility, charged with multiple counts of breaking and entering, stalking, and the murder of one woman whose remains were found buried behind his garden shed. He refuses to discuss Ellen or the other women he's suspected of targeting. Ellen's house on Redwood Drive remains empty, the property frozen in legal limbo. School officials cleared out her desk, boxing up 15 years of meticulous work records. The only personal item they found was a small paper weight containing what appeared to be a fragment of mirror. Sheriff Daniel Matthews, who led the investigation, still drives by the house occasionally. "Something about this case doesn't sit right," he told a local reporter. "Green's in custody, but Ellen is still missing. And that note, 'She unlocked me first,' what does that mean?" The medicine cabinet in Ellen's bathroom has been removed as evidence, leaving a rectangular void in the wall. Behind that void, forensic technicians discovered something they couldn't explain. Dozens of tiny mirrors embedded in the drywall, all facing inward, all reflecting nothing. Margaret Holden still keeps Ellen's photograph on the wall of the school's main office. "Wherever she is, I hope she found peace," Margaret says. "I hope she finally stopped looking over her shoulder." But some in Larkville wonder if Ellen Marsh is truly gone. 3 months after her disappearance, Jim Travers thought he saw her at a gas station 2 counties over. She was different, short blonde hair, different clothes, but it was her eyes, same watchful eyes. When she noticed me looking, she turned away quickly and left. The small brass key from Ellen's mirror remains in an evidence locker at the Larkville Police Department. Sometimes, late at night when the building is empty, Officer Wade swears he can hear the faint sound of metal scratching against metal, as if someone were trying keys in a lock, looking for the one that fits. In Ellen's storage unit, beneath the stacks of notebooks, investigators found one more item they couldn't explain, a brand new mirror still in its packaging with a receipt dated April 11th. On the back, written in Ellen's neat handwriting, "For the next place, start again." Whether Ellen Marsh escaped her stalker or became his victim remains unknown. The only certainty is that somewhere someone is watching, and somewhere perhaps Ellen is watching back through the reflection of a mirror with a key taped to the back. Crime 8, not toward the TV, not toward the room. The cushions faced a blank wall with nothing on it except for 4 small holes at eye level. Behind the wall, a hidden space was filled with paper dolls. Each one was blindfolded except one. In the quiet suburbs of Clearwater, Michigan, Margaret Thornton lived a life of careful routine. At 67, she had settled into the predictable rhythm of retirement after 34 years teaching 3rd grade at Pinewood Elementary. Her neighbors described her as pleasant but private. She tended her garden on Tuesdays and Thursdays. She collected her mail at precisely 2:15 each afternoon. And every Sunday she attended the 9 a.m. service at First Methodist, sitting in the same pew, 3rd from the back on the right-hand side. Margaret had never married. She had no children. Her closest family was a niece who lived 3 hours away in Chicago. But Margaret wasn't lonely, or at least that's what she told the few people who asked. "I have my books," she would say with a smile that never quite reached her eyes. "And my garden, that's enough for me." What Margaret didn't mention was that she also had her collection. Small trinkets mostly, things that most people would consider worthless. A child's barrette found at the park, a misplaced earring discovered in the church parking lot, a button from a coat left behind at the library. Margaret kept these items in a series of careful arrangements on her bedroom dresser. She never spoke about them to anyone. On April 17, 2023, Margaret didn't show up for her volunteer shift at the Clearwater Public Library. At first, no one was particularly concerned. People forget appointments sometimes, even methodical people like Margaret. But when she didn't answer her phone that afternoon, and again the next morning, the library director, Ellen Simmons, felt a twinge of worry. Margaret was reliable, Ellen would later tell Detective James Harrison. In 15 years, she had never missed a shift without calling ahead, not once. Ellen drove to Margaret's small ranch house on Maple Street after her lunch break. She knocked on the front door, no answer. She peered through the windows but couldn't see much through the heavy curtains Margaret kept drawn. The mail was still in the box, 3 days' worth. Ellen called the police. Officer Paul Daniels responded to the welfare check. He knocked, announced himself, and after receiving no response, made the decision to enter the property. The front door was unlocked, which neighbors would later say was extremely unusual for Margaret. The house was immaculate, not a dish in the sink, no clothes left out, every surface dusted. The bed was made with hospital corners. In the refrigerator, food was organized by type and expiration date, but Margaret was nowhere to be found. It was when Officer Daniels entered the living room that he noticed something unusual. The couch, a faded floral three-seater that had probably been purchased decades ago, was positioned facing the wall, not angled toward the small television in the corner as one might expect, but directly facing a blank wall with nothing on it. Except upon closer inspection, there were 4 small holes drilled at approximately eye level for someone sitting on the couch. Daniels approached the wall and noticed a thin seam running from floor to ceiling, a hidden door. What they found in the space behind the wall would confound investigators for months to come. The hidden room was small, maybe 5 feet by 8 feet. The walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them, of local children at play, at the park, walking to school, in their front yards. In each photo, one child was circled in red marker. On a small table in the center of the room sat dozens of paper dolls, meticulously cut out and arranged in concentric circles. Each doll had been modified with a small strip of black paper over the eyes, a blindfold, each one that is, except for one doll at the very center of the arrangement. That doll's eyes were uncovered, staring upward at whoever entered the room. And there, in neat handwriting on the back wall of the hidden space, was a list of names, 23 names with dates next to them. The most recent was dated April 16th, 2023, the day before Margaret disappeared. The name was Emily Watson. A search of Clearwater records showed no Emily Watson residing in the town. In fact, none of the names on the list corresponded to any current residents. Detective Harrison, who took over the case from Officer Daniels, spent days cross-referencing the names against school records, birth certificates, obituaries, anything that might explain who these people were and what connection they had to Margaret Thornton. The photographs added another layer of unsettling mystery. Parents identified their children in the images, but none had any meaningful connection to Margaret beyond casual encounters at the park or the grocery store. None of the children had ever been harmed or approached inappropriately. They were simply observed, documented, for what purpose no one could say. I keep thinking about that couch, Detective Harrison confided to his partner 3 weeks into the investigation. Who sits and stares through holes in a wall, and at what? There's nothing on the other side that lines up with those viewpoints. The forensic team found no evidence of violence in the house. No blood, no signs of struggle. Margaret had simply vanished, leaving behind only questions and a growing sense of unease throughout the community. Then came the first letter. It arrived at the police station in a pale blue envelope. addressed to Detective Harrison in the same neat handwriting that had been found on the wall of the hidden room. "The dolls are watching," it read. "Emily is next, but not the last. Look for me where the ground doesn't match." Cryptic as it was, the letter provided the first real lead. Where the ground doesn't match was interpreted by one officer as possibly referring to the town cemetery, where recent plots had different grass than the established grounds. In the northeast corner of Clearwater Cemetery, they found a freshly disturbed patch of soil. It wasn't a formal grave, just a rectangular area where the dirt had been recently turned. Excavation revealed a wooden box about 2 feet long. Inside was not a body, as the officers had feared, but another paper doll. This one was different from those in Margaret's hidden room, larger, more detailed, and made from heavier stock paper. It wore a dress identical to one Margaret had been photographed wearing at a church function the previous Christmas. And like the central doll in the hidden room, its eyes were uncovered. Pinned to the doll's chest was a small note that read, "I've been watching for so long, now it's my turn to be seen." The investigation took an unexpected turn when Detective Harrison received a call from a librarian in Grayling, a town about 40 miles north of Clearwater. The librarian had been reading about the Margaret Thornton case in the newspaper and recognized something in the details. "We had a similar case here in 1982, the librarian, an elderly woman named Dorothy Peabody, explained. "A teacher disappeared, Evelyn Matthews. They found a hidden room in her house too, with pictures and dolls. They never found Evelyn, but about a month after she vanished, children started receiving handmade paper dolls in the mail, dolls that looked like them." Harrison drove to Grayling that afternoon and pulled the old case files. The similarities were striking. Evelyn Matthews, age 65 at the time of her disappearance, had also been a teacher. She had also lived alone, and she had also had a hidden room with photographs and paper dolls. But there was one key difference. In Evelyn's case, a name had emerged during the investigation: Thomas Watson, a former student who had been particularly attached to Evelyn. Thomas had been 12 when Evelyn disappeared. When questioned, he'd claimed that Evelyn was watching over them all and would make sure they were safe. Thomas Watson, like the Emily Watson on Margaret's list. A search for Thomas Watson revealed that he had died in 2001 in a car accident. He'd never married and had no children on record, but he had lived in Clearwater for the last 5 years of his life, overlapping with Margaret's time there. Meanwhile, more letters arrived for Detective Harrison. Each contained the same message: the dolls are watching, and each was postmarked from a different town, creating a rough circle around Clearwater as if the sender was moving in a pattern. On June 2nd, exactly 46 days after Margaret's disappearance, a child went missing from the Clearwater Park playground. 6-year-old Lily Chen had been playing on the swings while her mother chatted with another parent just 15 feet away. In the brief moment when both adults looked at their phones to exchange contact information, Lily vanished. A search was immediately organized. The entire town mobilized: police, firefighters, volunteers combing the woods and neighborhoods surrounding the park. Helicopters with thermal imaging scanned from above. Dogs tracked Lily's scent to the edge of the park's parking lot, where it disappeared. 3 hours into the search, Detective Harrison's phone rang. The caller ID showed the station's number. "Harrison," he answered, expecting an update from one of his officers. "The dolls are watching," said a soft female voice, "but only one sees. Check the third box on the second shelf." The call disconnected before Harrison could respond. He rushed back to the station and to the evidence room where items from Margaret's house were stored. On the second shelf, third box from the left, were the paper dolls from the hidden room. Harrison opened the box. The dolls were arranged exactly as they had been found, except now the central doll, the only one without a blindfold, had been turned over. On its back, written in the same neat handwriting, was an address. The address led to an abandoned hunting cabin 8 miles outside of town, deep in the Clearwater State Forest. Harrison assembled a team, and they approached the cabin with caution, uncertain of what they would find. The cabin was small and dilapidated, with boarded windows and a sagging roof. The door was secured with a new padlock that seemed out of place on the weathered structure. Inside, they found Lily Chen, unharmed but confused, sitting on a chair in the center of the room. Around her, the walls were covered with photographs, just like in Margaret's hidden room. But these photos were all of Margaret herself. Margaret at the grocery store, Margaret gardening, Margaret collecting her mail. Someone had been watching her just as intently as she had watched the children of Clearwater. And there, sitting in a rocking chair in the corner, was Margaret Thornton, alive, unharmed, and seemingly at peace. "I knew you'd find us," she said to Harrison, "once you understood about the dolls." Margaret explained nothing at first, simply asking that Lily be returned to her parents. She offered no resistance when Harrison placed her under arrest. It was only during formal questioning, with her court-appointed attorney present, that fragments of the story began to emerge. "I was protecting them," Margaret insisted. "Watching them, making sure they were safe. That's what we do. That's what we've always done." When asked who we referred to, Margaret would only smile and say, "The ones who see." Psychiatric evaluation determined that Margaret was suffering from an elaborate delusional disorder. She believed she was part of a network of watchers whose duty it was to protect certain children from harm that only they could foresee. The paper dolls, she explained, represented the children. The blindfold signified that they were unaware of the danger around them. The single unblindfolded doll represented the watcher, the one who could see what others couldn't. "Emily Watson isn't real," Margaret told her psychiatrist. "None of those names are real people. They're what we call ourselves when we're watching. I was Emily this time. Before me, someone else was Emily. After me, there will be another." Investigators found no evidence of an actual network, no communications with others, no explanation for how the evidence in the station had been altered or how the calls to Harrison had been made. The working theory became that Margaret had an accomplice, but extensive investigation revealed no connections that could explain who that might be. Lily Chen remembered little of her time in the cabin. She recalled a kind old lady who told her stories and assured her she would go home soon. She wasn't frightened, just confused about why she was there. Margaret Thornton was deemed unfit to stand trial and was committed to the Lakeside Psychiatric Facility for treatment. She remained there, largely uncommunicative about the details of her delusion, until her death from natural causes in December 2023. The case was officially closed, but Detective Harrison remained troubled by the unanswered questions. Who had made those phone calls? Who had turned over the paper doll in the evidence box? How had Margaret, a frail woman in her 60s, transported a child 8 miles through the woods without being seen? And most disturbing of all, if Margaret truly believed she was part of a network of watchers, might others with the same delusion be out there, watching through holes in walls, keeping lists of names, and waiting for their turn to act? In Clearwater, parents became more vigilant. Children were no longer allowed to play unsupervised. Strangers were viewed with suspicion. The town changed in subtle but permanent ways. And occasionally someone would report finding a small paper doll, blindfolded, left on a windowsill or a front porch. Probably the work of teenagers familiar with the story, playing pranks to frighten their neighbors. That's what the police said. But late at night, Detective Harrison would sometimes drive past Margaret Thornton's empty house, now fallen into disrepair and avoided by potential buyers. And he would think about the couch turned to face the wall, the 4 small holes at eye level, and wonder, who is watching now? Crime 9 hidden behind a false panel, still recording. The footage showed people dropping off letters, but not the current residents. In one frame, a child looks directly into the lens, mouth wide open. There was no record of that child in the neighborhood or anywhere else. The Wilsons had purchased the home on Sycamore Lane in Oak Ridge, Connecticut in early March of 2022. Like many families during the pandemic migration, they had left their cramped city apartment for the promise of more space in this quiet suburban enclave. Alina, a software developer who now worked remotely, her husband Marcus, a high school history teacher, and their 8-year-old twins Ellie and Jason were eager for a fresh start. The colonial-style house had stood vacant for nearly 9 months before they moved in. The previous owners, an elderly couple named the Harrisons, had both passed away within weeks of each other, a sad but not uncommon story. Alina had found herself drawn to the house immediately. There was something about its solid presence, the way light filtered through the tall windows in the afternoon, that spoke of stability and permanence. The first month passed uneventfully as the family settled into their new routines. The twins enrolled in the local elementary school. Marcus decorated his home office with historical maps. Alina set up her workspace in what had once been a sunroom. Life proceeded with the pleasant predictability that had eluded them in the city. It was Jason who first noticed something unusual about their mail. "Mom," he said one afternoon in late April, "we keep getting letters for people who don't live here." Alina had nodded absently, barely looking up from her laptop. "That happens when you move into a new house, sweetie. The post office is still updating their records." But the mail kept coming, not just for the Harrisons, which would have made sense, but for names none of them recognized. Claudia Benson, Thomas and Sarah McKinley, Roberto Diaz, and at least half a dozen others. When Marcus contacted the post office, they confirmed that none of those names were listed as previous residents of the address. "Mail gets misordered sometimes," the postal worker had explained with a shrug. "Just write 'return to sender' and put it back out." By mid-May, the issue had become more pronounced. Letters addressed to strangers appeared in their mailbox almost daily, some bearing postmarks from as far away as Oregon and Florida. A few had no return addresses at all. Marcus began to stack them in a neat pile on his desk, intending to return them to the post office in person, but never quite finding the time. On the first Tuesday in June, Alina was working from home alone when she heard the mail carrier's truck approach. Something compelled her to watch from the living room window as the woman placed their daily delivery in the black metal mailbox at the end of their driveway. Alina waited until the truck had disappeared around the corner before stepping outside. The afternoon was warm, birds calling from the maple trees that lined the street. Alina approached the mailbox, noticing for the first time how it seemed slightly larger than those of their neighbors. She opened it and reached inside to collect the day's mail. Her fingers brushed against something unexpected, a small ridge along the back panel that didn't seem to belong. Alina frowned, pushing her hand deeper into the box. The panel moved slightly under pressure. Curious, she probed more deliberately until she felt a subtle click, and a section of the mailbox's interior wall swung inward. Behind it, nestled in a space no larger than a deck of cards, was a small black device. At first, Alina thought it might be some kind of sensor, perhaps an alarm system left by previous owners. But as she carefully extracted it, she realized what she was holding: a miniature camera, professionally installed, its lens positioned to capture anyone who opened the mailbox. Alina stood frozen in her driveway, the camera in her palm, a chill running through her despite the June heat. Who had put it there, and more importantly, why? She brought it inside, placing it on the kitchen counter like a dangerous artifact. The device was powered by a small battery pack that seemed designed for long-term use. A memory card was still inserted in its side. Alina hesitated only briefly before connecting it to her laptop. The footage began on January 10th of that year, nearly 2 months before the Wilsons had moved in. The first several clips showed only postal workers delivering mail, occasional neighbors walking dogs past the property, and once a real estate agent placing a flyer in the box. But on January 23rd, the pattern changed. A woman Alina didn't recognize approached the mailbox after dark. She wore a gray hoodie pulled low over her face and moved with nervous efficiency, depositing a thick manila envelope before quickly walking away. 2 days later, a man in his 40s collected the envelope, replacing it with a smaller white one. Alina watched as this exchange repeated with different people over the weeks that followed. Sometimes they came in pairs. Once, 3 people arrived together, speaking in hushed tones just at the edge of the camera's audio range. None of them were postal workers. None of them were the previous owners, whose photos Alina had seen in the real estate listing. And then on February 17th, the child appeared. A small figure approached the mailbox in the dim light of early evening. Unlike the adults, who seemed purposeful and furtive, the child moved with an eerie slowness. Alina estimated their age at about 10, slim, wearing a dark jacket and jeans. The child opened the mailbox, peered inside for several long seconds, then looked directly into the hidden camera. The image seared itself into Alina's mind. Pale face, dark eyes wide with what might have been fear or fascination, mouth open in a perfect O of surprise. The child stared unblinking for nearly 30 seconds before backing away and disappearing from the frame. Alina watched the footage 3 more times, pausing on the child's face, trying to memorize the features. Something about the encounter felt significant in a way she couldn't articulate. She found herself replaying it even after Marcus came home and she showed him the device. "We need to call the police," Marcus said immediately, his voice tight with concern. "This is some kind of, I don't know, drop site, for drugs maybe, or information." Alina nodded slowly, but something held her back from reaching for the phone. "What about the child? Did you notice how they looked at the camera, like they knew it was there?" "All the more reason to get the authorities involved," Marcus insisted, "if there's a kid mixed up in whatever this is." Detective Laurel Simmons arrived the following morning, a tall woman with silver-streaked hair and the measured movements of someone who had seen too much to be easily surprised. She watched the footage in silence, occasionally making notes in a small black notebook. "I recognize some of these individuals," she said finally. "This man here," she pointed to a heavy-set figure in a dark coat who had appeared several times in the footage, "is Craig Mortensen. He was arrested 3 months ago in connection with a series of break-ins across the county." "What about the others?" Alina asked, leaning forward. The woman in the hoodie, the child. Detective Simmons shook her head. I'll need to review all of this more carefully at the station. May I take the device and memory card with me? In the days that followed, the investigation revealed an unsettling picture. The mailbox had apparently served as a dead drop for a network of individuals involved in identity theft operations. Several of the people captured on camera were already known to law enforcement. Others were quickly identified and brought in for questioning. But the child remained a mystery. We've run facial recognition, Detective Simmons told them a week later, seated at their kitchen table. We've checked databases of missing children. We've shown the image to every officer in the department and neighboring counties. No one recognizes this child. Alina felt a strange tightness in her chest. How is that possible? Every child is in a school system, has medical records, something. Unless they don't, Marcus said quietly. Unless they're... He didn't finish the thought. Detective Simmons cleared her throat. There's one more thing. We found fingerprints on the interior of the mailbox that match partial prints from 3 unsolved breaking and entering cases in this neighborhood last year. Small prints, child-sized. The silence that followed was profound. Alina thought of the child's face, those dark eyes looking directly into the camera. Not surprised, she realized now. Challenging, aware. What happens now? Marcus asked finally. We keep looking, the detective replied, and I'd recommend you replace that mailbox. They did the very next day, but the questions lingered, settling into the corners of their new home like dust. Alina found herself watching the street from the living room window, studying the children who passed by on bikes or scooters, wondering if she would recognize that face. The mail for strangers stopped coming. The investigation continued, with occasional updates from Detective Simmons about arrests and charges filed against members of the identity theft ring. But of the child, there was no further sign. Until the twins started school that September. Mom, Ellie said one afternoon as Alina drove them home, there's a new kid in Ms. Peterson's class next door. They stare at our house during recess. Eleanor's hands tightened on the steering wheel. What do they look like, sweetheart? Ellie shrugged. I don't know, just a kid, but Jason says they're weird. That evening, Alina scrolled through the school's online directory, studying the faces of children in the grade above her twins. None matched the image from the camera. She told herself she was being paranoid, that the stress of the move and the discovery had left her on edge, that children stared at houses for 100 innocent reasons. But late that night, as a rainstorm rattled the windows, Alina woke suddenly with the certainty that someone was watching the house. She slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Marcus, and moved to the window that overlooked their front yard. The street was empty, glistening wet under the street lights. No movement caught her eye, no shadow seemed out of place. Alina was about to return to bed when she noticed something on their new mailbox, a small object perched on top, barely visible in the dim light. The next morning she found it, a small origami bird, perfectly folded from lined notebook paper. Inside, when she carefully unfolded it, was a child's drawing of a house that looked remarkably like theirs, with 4 stick figures in the windows. And in the mailbox of the drawing, a tiny rectangle that might have been a camera. Alina never showed the drawing to Detective Simmons. Some instinct held her back, the same instinct that made her place the paper bird on her bedside table instead of throwing it away. Sometimes, in the weeks that followed, she would unfold it and study the childish lines, wondering what message it was meant to convey. Warning, threat, or something else entirely, acknowledgement perhaps, or even gratitude. The case of the mailbox camera was officially closed that December, filed away with the successful prosecutions of 14 individuals for various fraud-related charges. The Wilsons settled deeper into their life in Oak Ridge, the incident gradually fading into an anecdote they rarely shared. But Alina never stopped looking for that child's face in crowds, and sometimes, walking past the elementary school at recess, she would pause and scan the playground, feeling, but never quite catching, the weight of a watchful gaze. The memory card from the mailbox camera remained in police evidence, all except for one clip, the 30 seconds of the child staring into the lens, which Alina had copied to her personal drive before turning over the device. She never watched it again, but knowing it was there gave her a strange comfort. Someone had seen them, someone had known they were coming. Someone was still watching. Story 10. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. A single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested. But Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case filed during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well-worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing, but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver. Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades. Story 11: The Mystery of the Vanishing Families. The ancient box lay buried beneath layers of forgotten relics in the dusty attic, a collection of memories hidden away by time. Among the faded Polaroids of bygone birthdays and joyous family gatherings, one photo stood out, shrouded in mystery and intrigue. In that last photograph, taken in the familiar living room with its cozy couch and draping curtains, a family sat smiling at the camera. But they were not Rebecca's family. Behind them, a dark figure loomed in the hallway, a silent observer in the dim light, watching. A chill ran down Rebecca's spine as she gazed at the eerie image. Her fingers trembled, causing the edges of the Polaroid to quiver. The family in the photo, a woman with honey blonde hair, a bespectacled man, and 2 children, remained frozen in a moment of bliss, unaware of the lurking danger just beyond their sight. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca carried the photo to the kitchen, where she placed it under the harsh glow of the fluorescent light. The resemblance was uncanny: the familiar archway, the exquisite crown molding, the bay window that bathed the room in morning light. This was her home, yet these faces were strangers. Entered Detective Morgan, a figure shrouded in shadows himself, clad in a worn leather jacket that whispered of countless mysteries. With keen eyes that missed nothing, he examined the photo with a meticulous gaze, running a gloved finger along its edges. "The Nelsons who sold you this house, what do you know of them?" His voice rumbled low, betraying no emotion. Rebecca confessed, "Almost nothing. They had already left when I moved in." Taking the photo into his possession, Detective Morgan delved into a discreet investigation, tracing the history of the house's previous occupants. The Nelsons led to the Crawfords, who led to the Mornos, weaving a tangled web of vanished families. A breakthrough came unexpectedly when a former mail carrier identified the smiling family in the photo as the enigmatic Sutherlands, who had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a riddle of unanswered questions. Forensic analysis unveiled unsettling truths about the photograph: the staged perfection, the eerie stillness, the looming figure in the shadows. A tall male presence in dark attire, his identity obscured but his intent clear. A pattern emerged as Detective Morgan uncovered a haunting history of families vanishing after exactly 1 year of residence in the house. 6 families over 6 years, swallowed by the shadows of the past. Delving deeper, the investigation unearthed the origins of the house, built by the elusive architect Samuel Whitfield, a man lost to time and tragedy. His spectral presence lingered in the shadows of the past, his gaze watching from beyond the grave. Beneath the concrete floor of the basement, a chilling discovery awaited the perfectly preserved remains of the missing families, each frozen in time, each a tragic chapter in the house's dark legacy. As the house was cordoned off, Rebecca found a hidden crawlspace in the attic, revealing a sinister chamber of secrets, a cot, cameras, and a journal detailing the meticulous observations of the families, each entry a harbinger of impending doom. Retreating to the safety of a hotel under police protection, Rebecca's nights were haunted by the ghostly whispers of the past. A mysterious call in the dead of night, the mechanical click of a camera, a new photo developing in the darkness. The investigation lingers, the house a silent sentinel of forgotten horrors, its secrets buried deep within its walls. Samuel Whitfield remains a phantom, his legacy a chilling reminder of the unseen watchers in the shadows. In the quiet of the night, as new families settle into new homes, the specter of the man in the photograph looms large, a silent observer in the darkness, his presence a whispered warning to those who dare to unravel the mysteries of the vanishing families. Story 12: The Enigmatic Coffee Shop. The quaint coffee shop had become his sanctuary, a place of familiar routines and comforting solitude. For years, he occupied the same table, ordered the same black coffee, and enveloped himself in the same silence. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all, until one day he didn't appear. When the police investigated his absence, they discovered a wallet left behind at his usual spot. Inside the wallet, a driver's license revealed a face but withheld a name, an address leaving only a haunting blank space where his identity should have resided. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the enigma, her fingertips tracing the cold metal table as she scrutinized the security footage. The man, now dubbed John Doe in the case files, seemed ordinary on camera, average in height, unremarkable in appearance, clad in a navy coat and toting a weathered leather messenger bag. His unassuming presence made his inexplicable disappearance all the more disconcerting. "Play it again," Mercer instructed the tech specialist. The footage unfurled the sequence of events. John entered during the bustling morning hours, ordered his customary coffee, and settled at the secluded corner table, partially veiled by a lush plant. He wrote in a notebook, occasionally glancing out the window until the pivotal moment arrived. Placing his wallet down, he rose, headed towards the restroom corridor, and vanished into thin air, never to return. "Check the bathroom footage," Mercer urged. "He never entered any bathroom," the specialist disclosed. "It's as if he dissolved into the ether." Back at the precinct, Mercer sifted through the wallet's contents. The driver's license photo mirrored their enigmatic man, yet the personal details were void, replaced by eerie blanks. Credit cards bore numbers unlinked to any accounts, cash neatly arranged, a recent coffee shop receipt, and a loan business card with a cryptic phone number. Dialing the number yielded only silence, accompanied by faint rustling and enigmatic echo. The barista's recollections provided scant insight. He seldom spoke, tipped generously, perhaps carried a subtle accent, she recalled. Always alone, engrossed in his notebook. The notebook, filled with cryptic codes and enigmatic sketches of unknown structures, confounded deciphering attempts. Mercer dispatched officers to scour the locale with John Doe's image, yet no recognition surfaced. His fingerprints eluded databases, confining his existence to the coffee shop's confines. An anomaly in the security footage captivated Mercer, a flicker in the time stamp each morning John entered. Dismissing it as a glitch, the tech specialist overlooked its significance, but Mercer remained intrigued. Returning to the coffee shop, she assumed John's seat, noticing an antique mirror between the entrance and restrooms adorned with symbols akin to his notebook. Querying the owner about the mirror led to revelations of its immobility. Upon touching its surface, Mercer sensed an abnormal warmth, prompting forensic scrutiny that unveiled a clandestine compartment behind. An array of identical wallets, a journal scribed in John's hand, and a chilling final entry surfaced, hinting at imminent closure. Investigations intertwined with peculiar occurrences, shifting reflections, phantom sightings of John, and a growing sense of otherworldly presence. A breakthrough emerged when a former physicist, Margaret Keller, disclosed John's true identity as Daniel Weston, a vanished theoretical physicist entangled in quantum mirror experimentation. Weston's belief in parallel realities and interdimensional crossings mirrored his journal's cryptic entries. Mercer traced the coffee shop's origin to Weston's abandoned research facility, where the building now stood. The case reached its apex when Mercer, alone in the dim hours, discerned a startling revelation in the security footage, a mirrored duality of John watching himself. Racing to the coffee shop, Mercer found the shattered mirror with a final note amidst the shards. The experiment concludes, the passage closes, heed not the beckoning void. The saga of the Phantom Man lingered unsolved, the coffee shop shuttered, Weston's fate elusive, and Mercer's path veiled in enigmatic inscriptions akin to Weston's journals. Neighbors glimpsed Mercer in contemplation on her porch, transcribing fervently in a mirrored notebook, a shard of antique glass reflecting elusive ripples, a testament to the enigma of the man who slipped between realities, leaving behind a perplexing legacy as the shadows of the unknown loomed ever closer. Story 13: The Enigmatic Secrets of Whispering House. She felt the urge to transform the nursery before the new arrival entered the world. The walls wore a faded blue, a color that whispered tales of bygone days beneath its surface. With each stroke of white paint, a hidden tale unraveled. Letters emerged, faint at first, then sharpening into clarity. A message etched below the layers, "Don't let it hear you." Her breath hitched in her throat. Stepping back, she noticed them tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, too high for any child to reach. This discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the genesis of what investigators would later dub the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home mere months ago at an unbelievably low price. The realtor had merely hinted at minor cosmetic issues, withholding the property's dark past. Detective Sarah Klein, notebook in hand, rang the doorbell. A woman answered, her gravid belly swathed in paint-stained overalls. Dark crescents encircled her eyes, telling of sleepless nights. The detective noted the tremble in her hands as she recounted finding the cryptic message and the ghostly handprints. The previous owners vanished abruptly, the woman revealed. Neighbors claimed they departed in the dead of night. No moving truck, just essentials crammed into their car. Inside the historic abode, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed on aged floorboards. In the nursery, she scrutinized the partially coated wall, the hidden message still visible where the fresh paint had been forsaken. Beside it, 5 small handprints pressed into the wet paint, positioned at the height of an adult's shoulder. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property records. The house had changed hands 8 times in 3 decades, an unusually high turnover rate. More alarming were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families. Children whispered of voices from the walls and watchful eyes in the dark. The detective delved deeper, unearthing construction logs and historical archives. The house once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who operated an orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings hinted at the disappearance of 5 children under her care, presumed to have fled. When Eleanor passed, renovators discovered a sealed room behind the nursery wall. Inside lay children's belongings, tiny shoes, toys, and clothes, but no remains. The case grew cold, consigned to dusty archives. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a chilling narrative. Each family with children reported uncanny events, toys rearranged overnight, childish laughter echoing through empty corridors, and crayon drawings materializing on walls. Most dismissed these as figments of imagination until the ominous messages surfaced during nursery repaints. A forensic linguist matched the writing to Eleanor Blackwood's journals. The handprints, identical in size and placement over the decades, despite different children, added to the mystery. The investigation took a macabre turn when the detective secured permission to scan the basement with ground-penetrating radar. Anomalies beneath the concrete floor hinted at child-sized shapes. Breaking through, workers unveiled a ghastly truth: 5 small sets of remains, arranged in a circle, dating back to Eleanor's era. Luminol sprayed in the nursery revealed glowing handprints on every wall, hidden beneath layers of paint, unseen by the naked eye. Hundreds of them, as if the children had sought escape. Eleanor's journals exposed her twisted beliefs, aiming to harness the life force of orphaned children to prolong her own existence. With the victims properly laid to rest, the pregnant couple refused to re-enter the house. Detective Klein concluded the case, documenting the eerie handprints and the cryptic message. Yet an inexplicable presence lingered within those walls, a force that transcended paint and time. The nursery walls were dismantled during cleanup, but workers reported whispers of children emanating from the debris. None dared return after their shift. The house met condemnation, a cold case sealed in a dusty cabinet closure in the physical realm, yet unanswered spiritual inquiries lingered. The detective held onto one photograph, a haunting image of 5 luminol handprints glowing in the shadows, a poignant reminder that certain crimes leave indelible marks beyond the reach of fresh paint. Story 14. The old house sat silent and empty for years, its dark windows hiding the secrets within. Whispers drifted through the neighborhood, tales of the young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a mystery that lingered in the air like a ghostly presence. When the new tenants arrived, drawn by the allure of a forgotten past, they were met with a door that refused to yield. With determination, they forced their way into the locked bedroom, breaking the heavy seal of solitude that had guarded it for so long. Inside, the air was thick with the weight of time, carrying the scent of neglect and a hint of something more elusive. The bed lay untouched, a pristine oasis in a sea of dust and decay. A mirror gleamed with an eerie clarity, reflecting a room frozen in a moment of suspended animation. On the desk, a solitary candle stood as a sentinel of the past, its life force extinguished long ago, leaving behind only a pool of hardened wax, a silent witness to the passage of time. And there, on the open notebook, was the tale waiting to be told. Detective Morgan delved into the pages, each stroke of the pen a whisper from beyond the veil. The words belonged to Elise Winters, a name lost to the shadows of memory, a story waiting to be unraveled. Her voice echoed through the ink-stained pages, a plea for understanding in a world that had forgotten her. "I know he's watching me tonight," the final entry whispered, a chilling reminder of a presence unseen. The lines etched into the paper with a desperate urgency, a plea for help that had gone unanswered. The truth lingered in the room, waiting to be set free. As the forensic team combed through the room, searching for traces of a life interrupted, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Elise, once a paralegal with a keen eye for detail, had stumbled upon a web of deceit that stretched far beyond the confines of her own disappearance. The photographs painted a portrait of a woman on the brink of discovery, her eyes betraying a hidden knowledge that had cost her everything. The room held no answers, only echoes of a life interrupted, a story left untold. But hidden beneath the surface, a secret waited to be revealed, a flash drive, a key, a doorway to a truth that had been buried deep within the shadows of deception. The evidence spoke of a conspiracy that had thrived in the darkness, shielded from the light of justice. The recordings whispered of betrayal, of lies spun like silk to ensnare the unwary. Elise's voice, a beacon in the night, had dared to speak the truth that others had sought to silence. The room bore witness to her courage, a testament to a life cut short by those who feared her revelations. And as the truth emerged from the shadows, so too did the darkness that had cloaked it. Vincent Harriman, a man of power and privilege, stood accused of a crime that had haunted the house for years. The hidden passage, a portal to a world of secrets, had been his undoing. In the courtroom, the echoes of Elise's voice rang clear, a testament to a life lost but not forgotten. Her mother's words carried the weight of a mother's grief, a plea for justice in a world that had turned a blind eye to the truth. The house, once a sanctuary for secrets, now stood empty and alone, its walls echoing with the whispers of the past. The light in the upstairs window flickered like a beacon, a reminder of the woman who had dared to defy the shadows that sought to consume her. And in the end, justice prevailed, not in the form of a verdict or a sentence, but in the truth that had been laid bare for all to see. Elise Winters, a name etched in the annals of history, a reminder of the power of one voice to change the course of destiny. Story 15, she never fancied going up there, but when the storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, shrouded in cobwebs and dust. Amidst the shadows at the far end rested an ancient dollhouse, intricately detailed with its miniature furniture meticulously arranged. However, upon closer inspection, a shiver ran down her spine. The tiny figures within were not dolls, they were meticulously hand-carved replicas of her family. Each figure positioned precisely as they sat downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to represent her was standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse's roof, feeling the indentation where the wooden figure stood. A chill ran through her, unrelated to the cold draft whispering through the rafters. The dollhouse had no place there. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a rented residence her family had recently moved into. The saga commenced with Rebecca's frantic call to the authorities. Police officers arrived at the suburban dwelling to find a family in distress, gathered in the living room, refusing to ascend the stairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as a prank or the wild imagination of a family acclimating to a new home. The intricate details caught my attention, Detective Harmon later recounted. Each tiny figurine captured a unique trait of every family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. The probe took a turn when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match those of the family. More unsettling were the microscopic cameras embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Examination of the Morgan family's movements revealed a disconcerting pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse mirrored not only their evening seating, but exact postures from different days, implying someone had been observing them long enough to learn their routines. We realized it wasn't a mere case of stalking, elucidated Detective Harmon. The perpetrator exhibited an unprecedented level of fixation seldom seen in criminal psychology literature. The discovery of a concealed basement entrance, camouflaged behind a false pantry wall, baffled investigators. Inside, they found evidence of a makeshift living area, indicating someone had been dwelling there even before the Morgans arrived. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at the intruder's prolonged stay beneath the family's feet. What confounded investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records disclosed the house had lain vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans' arrival. The former owners, an elderly couple, had passed away within months of each other. Their son had managed the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interviews with neighbors yielded scant information. Most had not noticed anything amiss, although one elderly lady mentioned sporadic lights in the house during its vacancy. I presumed it was the real estate agents showing the property, she informed investigators. It never crossed my mind that someone might be residing there without authorization. A breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Analysis of the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras led investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, the walls were adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and previous residents of the house. Journal entries meticulously detailed the daily routines of each family member. The most chilling find was a workshop filled with dozens of unfinished dollhouses, each representing various homes in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners. Financial records indicated mounting debt post his parents' demise. Rather than selling the house outright, he had established the hidden living space, persisting in residing there while collecting rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse served as his command center, expounded the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figure symbolized someone he monitored. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her uncovering of his surveillance system. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed as he expounded his rationale. They were inhabiting my house, sleeping in my parents' chamber. I needed to ensure they treated it with reverence. When queried about the positioned figures, he simply remarked, I wanted them to acknowledge my perpetual watchfulness. The psychological evaluation unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Wells could not come to terms with losing his childhood dwelling, constructing an intricate system to retain dominion over it. The dollhouse had become his medium to possess both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca later recollected that the most haunting moment was not encountering the dollhouse, but comprehending its implications. Someone had been observing us all this time, measuring our lives, transforming us into playthings. The true horror lay not in the dollhouse itself, but in realizing that in his mind we were mere puppets to be arranged and watched. Wells faced multiple charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, unlawful surveillance, and trespassing. The case triggered a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws concerning deaths on properties and agents' obligation to ensure homes are properly vacated before new tenants move in. During the sentencing, the judge highlighted the egregious violation endured by the Morgan family. You did not just intrude into their domicile, you invaded their sense of security and independence. You observed their most intimate moments and replicated them for your amusement. What alarms criminologists about this case is how long Wells could have operated unnoticed had Rebecca not discovered the dollhouse. Forensic scrutiny of his journals suggested he had clandestinely inhabited homes for nearly 2 years, transitioning from one property to another, crafting dollhouses for each family under surveillance. The Morgan family eventually relocated far away, yet Rebecca confessed in her victim impact statement that she still checks closets and hidden spaces routinely. She removed all dollhouses and miniatures from their new abode. "Some days I still sense eyes upon me," she confided. "I ponder if someone, somewhere, is still manipulating a tiny version of me in a dollhouse I have yet to unearth." Story 16. In the quiet of the morning, a mysterious package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return address, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box hinting at secrets within. Although the name on it wasn't hers, curiosity tugged at her, urging her to unravel the mystery. With cautious fingers, she tore open the tape, expecting mundane contents, but finding a VHS tape instead, accompanied by a solitary note, "Watch alone." Sarah held the weight of the tape in her hands, sensing a hidden gravity, a forbidden allure. The worn edges spoke of stories untold, while the note's urgent handwriting hinted at a play for understanding. As she stood in her suburban kitchen, the world outside carried on its usual rhythms: the distant bark of a dog, the laughter of children, the drone of a lawnmower. Oblivious to the enigma now in her possession, Sarah hesitated. The name Daniel Whitaker meant nothing to her, a stranger in a neighborhood of familiar faces. Yet the tape beckoned, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Against her instincts, she inserted it into her old VCR, the screen crackling to life with static before revealing a dimly lit room and a weary man named Daniel Whitaker. With haunted eyes and a voice heavy with truth, Daniel's confession unfolded, a tale of innocence lost to a web of deceit. His words painted a picture of framed innocence, of a life upended by false accusations and a murder he claimed he did not commit. Detective Eliza Ramirez, burdened by the weight of evidence and doubt, watched as the pieces of a twisted puzzle began to align. The emergence of 5 identical tapes, each bearing Daniel's desperate plea, hinted at a deeper conspiracy. As Ramirez delved into the case, she uncovered a trail of corruption leading back to PharmaCorp, a powerful entity with dark secrets to hide. Catherine Walsh, the murdered whistleblower, had been silenced for seeking the truth, her life extinguished by those threatened by her knowledge. As Sarah received a second package filled with incriminating documents, the truth began to reveal itself. PharmaCorp's treachery unraveled before their eyes, exposing a web of lies and deceit that stretched far beyond a single murder. In a race against time, Ramirez and Sarah followed the breadcrumbs left by Daniel, uncovering the sinister plot that had ensnared him. Through perseverance and unwavering determination, justice prevailed. The nefarious scheme orchestrated by PharmaCorp was laid bare, its architects brought to account for their crimes. Daniel Whitaker, once a fugitive from injustice, emerged from the shadows, vindicated by the truth that could no longer be silenced. In the quiet aftermath of the storm, Sarah and Daniel stood on her porch, the echoes of a shared journey hanging in the air. The wrong address, it seemed, had led them to the right path, a path where justice triumphed over deception, where the truth, though hidden, could never be extinguished. As they parted ways, the weight of the VHS tapes lingered, a testament to the power of curiosity and the resilience of those who dare to seek the truth. Story 17. Renovations always have a way of unveiling hidden treasures, both mundane and mysterious. Among the layers of dust and memories lie forgotten relics waiting to be uncovered. When Sarah and Michael embarked on renovating their newly acquired Victorian-era home, they were prepared for the usual discoveries: old newspapers, shattered trinkets, faded photographs. But what they found beneath the floorboards was far from ordinary. Nestled beneath the aged wood, carefully folded, lay a weathered letter, its ink faded but its message stark: "Don't trust the one who knocked." As the words sent shivers down their spines, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the empty dwelling, as if in eerie response to the cryptic warning. Enter Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for unraveling mysteries. With the floorboards peeled back to reveal the shadowy hollow underneath, Reed delicately retrieved the note, already tainted by the unwitting touch of the homeowners. Their fear was palpable, genuine, adding a layer of unease to the unfolding enigma. Sarah and Michael, an ordinary couple with a seemingly straightforward past, found themselves entangled in a web of intrigue spun by the house's complex history. Once owned by the enigmatic Hargrove family, the residence had stood silent for years following the passing of its last inhabitant, the reclusive widow Margaret Hargrove. Despite a lack of overt suspicions surrounding her demise, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air. Forensic analysis dated the mysterious note back 2 decades, hinting at a past fraught with fear and urgency. Franklin and Margaret Hargrove, the former owners, harbored secrets that time had buried deep within the walls of their home. Reed delved into the annals of history, unearthing tales of Franklin's descent into paranoia, a shadow cast by looming debts, and a mysterious figure known only as the Collector. As the pieces of the puzzle slowly fell into place, a chilling narrative emerged. Franklin's debts to the nefarious loan shark Victor Mercer had spiraled out of control, leading to a fateful confrontation that ended in violence and silence. Mercer's remains, long concealed beneath the foundation, bore witness to a tragedy hidden from the world for decades. Margaret's diaries, discovered in the attic, offered a glimpse into her world of fear and secrecy, haunted by the specter of 3 ominous knocks that echoed through her solitary existence. The truth, once obscured by time and tragedy, now stood revealed in all its grim detail. The house, tainted by the weight of its past, stood silent and abandoned, a testament to the horrors that had transpired within its walls. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the burden of its history, made the decision to part ways with the dwelling, leaving behind whispers of a chilling legacy. And yet, even as the house stood empty, a lingering mystery persisted, a spectral presence that whispered of secrets untold. 3 distinct knocks in the dead of night, a spectral reminder of the darkness that once dwelled within. The note, now stored away as evidence, served as a haunting reminder: don't trust the one who knocked. In the end, Detective Reed pondered the enigma that still clung to the house, a reminder that some truths remain shrouded in shadow, waiting to be unveiled by those brave enough to seek them out. Story 18. The real estate agent's description made no mention of a basement. The blueprints offered no hint of its existence. Yet beneath the old carpet, a hidden door lurked, its rusted handle beckoning. With combined effort, the family heaved it open, unveiling a staircase leading into darkness. The air that wafted up was stale, heavy with the scent of damp earth. Instead of the expected storage space, they encountered a solitary chair bathed in the gentle sway of a lone light bulb. Behind it, a sequence of photographs hung on the wall depicting them. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban dwelling in winter's early twilight, its worn fauxettes and creaking floors promising character and history. Little did they anticipate the depth of history concealed within, or the violent collision it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the crime scene unit already securing the perimeter with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's trembling voice had relayed the shocking discovery beneath their living room floor. "Document everything before anyone else descends," Connors instructed, donning latex gloves with practiced ease. The flash of cameras illuminated the dim stairwell as the forensic team meticulously captured the eerie scene. The basement, no larger than a standard bedroom, featured concrete walls painted gray, with a solitary chair anchored in the center. Above, the stark bulb cast shifting shadows, hinting at an unseen breeze. However, it was the chronological array of 37 photographs that seized attention. "Dates back almost 4 weeks," remarked Connor's partner, scrutinizing timestamps on the prints. "Look here, Mrs. Mercer asleep, Mr. Mercer at the table, the children in their rooms. The absence of forced entry, stolen goods, or triggered alarms only deepened the unsettling mystery. Fingerprints of previous homeowners lingered throughout the basement, each family departing within a year of moving in, citing undisclosed reasons. Interviews with former owners unveiled a web of deceit woven through the property's history. Alterations to blueprints, withdrawn permits, and redacted inspection reports painted a sinister picture. The pivotal moment arrived during a conversation with the contractor who had renovated the house years prior. His denial of the basement's existence contradicted the evidence before them. Extraction of data from a hidden memory card revealed a trove of images portraying not just the Mercers, but a succession of families. The recovery of audio recordings hinted at sophisticated surveillance equipment concealed within the house. Connors ordered a thorough search, uncovering a hidden monitoring station behind the photographs. A journal penned by the property's original builder, Edward Kelvin, detailed intimate observations of past residents. Kelvin's phantom presence was confirmed when his body was discovered within the house, his physical form a mere shadow of his mental labyrinth. He spoke of the families with detached possession, viewing them as subjects in his private saga. Declared mentally unstable, Kelvin's perception of ownership over the house was chillingly absolute. The Mercer family fled, leaving behind possessions that paled in comparison to the violation they endured. Kelvin's trial exposed the house's insidious design, a voyeuristic construct that had surveilled its occupants for years. Though the property was razed, the families remained haunted by the specter of intrusion, forever questioning the sanctity of their privacy within those walls. In moments of solitude, they still cast wary glances at vents and fixtures, uncertain if they were ever truly alone. Story 19. In the hushed hours of the night, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, like a secret trying to break free. The mother, lost in slumber's embrace, brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the digital realm. But then a crackling static pierced the air, and a voice, soft as a sigh, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept through her veins, awakening her senses to a nightmare unfolding in the stillness of her home. Racing heart thundering in her chest, she bolted to her son's room, a primal fear gripping her very being. Yet upon reaching the nursery, a scene of eerie tranquility greeted her empty crib, closed window, locked door. The only sentinel of the strange intrusion was a stuffed rabbit, its unblinking, onyx eyes fixed upon her. Rebecca's anguished screams tore through the night, a primal wail of a mother's worst dread. The neighbors, stirred from their own dreams, summoned help as her cries echoed through the darkness. The arrival of authorities found her cradling the silent rabbit, a silent witness to the inexplicable absence of her 4-month-old son, Samuel. The investigation unfolded like a riddle without a solution. No trace of forced entry, no disturbance in the tranquil home, just the enigma of a vanished child. Suspicion cast its shadow upon Rebecca, her past struggles with postpartum whispers fueling the rumors that swirled in the community's hidden corners. A glimmer of hope pierced the darkness when forensic fibers uncovered a tale, untold the touch of a rare climbing rope on the nursery windowsill, a pathway unseen to untrained eyes. Shadows danced in the periphery of surveillance footage, a mysterious figure traversing the night with practiced ease. Daniel, the absent husband, returned to a storm of accusations and doubt. His hands bore the marks of a hidden life, a hobby turned sinister in the eyes of those seeking answers. A web of secrets, unraveled financial motives, clandestine calls, a second family hidden in the shadows. But the truth lay dormant in the heart of technology, the baby monitor a silent witness to treachery. Digital whispers led the investigation to a basement where a woman named Elaine cradled Samuel, a pawn in a game of fractured lives. Her vacant gaze spoke volumes as the handcuffs closed around her wrists, binding her to a fate long foretold. A tale of betrayal unfolded in the courtroom, the echoes of a whispered voice mingling with the harsh reality of a father's greed and a woman's longing turned to obsession. The jury's swift judgment sealed their fate, a sentence fitting the crimes of conspiracy, kidnapping, and the endangerment of innocence. Rebecca, a survivor of shadows, gathered the remnants of her shattered world, a silent vow to protect the light that remained in her arms. Samuel, unaware of the tumult that had marked his infancy, would grow in a world untainted by the scars of his past. The baby monitor, silent witness to a night of horrors, held a truth deeper than the eye could see. Rebecca, keeper of secrets, locked away the stuffed rabbit, a haunting reminder of the darkness that once prowled through the whispers of the night. The monitor's gaze never wavered, a testament to the chilling reality it had unveiled, a truth veiled in shadows, waiting to be revealed. Story 20. In the quiet stillness of an abandoned house, a phone sat on the dusty kitchen counter, its screen glowing faintly. Detective Morgan Reed stared at it, her mind consumed by the mystery that unfolded before her. A ghostly call had been made from this very device, a call that should never have been possible. The voice on the other end belonged to Catherine Sullivan, a woman who had perished years ago in a tragic accident. The investigation into the chilling call led Morgan and her partner, Detective Walsh, down a twisted path of deceit and darkness. The evidence pointed to Catherine's ex-boyfriend, Mark Jennings, a man with a facade of innocence that crumbled under scrutiny. As they delved deeper, they uncovered a journal hidden among Catherine's belongings, revealing a harrowing tale of control, fear, and a desperate plea for help. The truth began to unravel as buried secrets came to light. Ground-penetrating radar unearthed Catherine's actual phone, revealing a sinister plot of manipulation and murder. Mark's elaborate scheme to frame the dead for his crimes was laid bare, his twisted obsession with Catherine exposed for all to see. As the investigation unfolded, more victims of Mark's malevolent deeds emerged, their fates intertwined with his deadly web of deception. But justice, though delayed, was not denied. In a courtroom filled with tension, the jury swiftly delivered a verdict of guilt, bringing closure to a tale of horror and heartbreak. Catherine's voice, though silenced in life, echoed through the halls of justice, a testament to her strength and resilience. The phone from the abandoned house now lies dormant, a relic of a dark chapter finally closed. And as the night settles over the empty rooms, a sense of peace descends, knowing that even in the darkest of nights, the truth will always find a way to shine through. Story 21, the aging apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system groaned in protest, the pipes rattled like a quiet melody in the night. It was all part of the building's aging symphony, or so she thought. Until that fateful moment when a voice, barely audible yet undeniably present, floated through the vents, weaving its way into her consciousness. It wasn't the ordinary noises of daily life. It was a whisper, almost intimate, calling out to her by name. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate. As if in response, a soft breath of chilled air brushed against her cheek, followed by a playful murmur, "I know you can hear me." Her heart quickened its pace, a mix of fear and curiosity coursing through her veins. Detective Morgan Shaw stood still in the midst of the empty apartment, her sharp eyes fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed. The forensic team bustled around her, capturing every detail with their cameras, preserving the scene for scrutiny. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, her absence going unnoticed until a telltale odor permeated the building. Officer Patel recited the details from his notepad, recounting Alina's claims of voices from the vents that had been dismissed as mere quirks of an old building. Shaw knelt by the vent, studying the deep gouges and scratches surrounding it, evidence of a desperate attempt to break free from within. Alina had been a beloved figure, a kindergarten teacher with a nurturing smile and a penchant for nurturing houseplants that thrived in her care. Her sudden disappearance had set off alarm bells among her loved ones, her sister recounting Alina's growing paranoia in the days leading up to her vanishing act. The apartment, once a haven, now held sinister secrets in its shadows. Shaw observed the meticulously arranged living space, the untouched bed, the solitary coffee mug left unwashed in the sink, and the chair positioned strategically beneath the vent, as if someone had been listening attentively. The forensic analysis uncovered chilling clues. Fibers from Alina's favorite cardigan caught in the vent, a mysterious fingerprint on the inside of the cover, and haunting audio recordings from Alina's phone capturing eerie whispers that sent shivers down Shaw's spine. Delving into the history of the building revealed a disturbing pattern. Tenants fleeing in haste, complaints of strange noises, and even reports of hallucinations linked to the ventilation system. Suspicion fell on Harold Weber, the unassuming building superintendent, whose calm fa-de cracked under Shaw's scrutiny, hinting at deeper layers of deception. A hidden passage discovered behind a loose tile in Alina's bathroom unveiled a clandestine world within the walls, a labyrinthine network where someone had been lurking, observing, and whispering. Shaw's team unearthed a trove of unsettling evidence in Weber's possession, painting a macabre picture of obsession and voyeurism. Weber's meticulously organized files, his digital confessions, and a chilling storage unit filled with mementos of his victims painted a portrait of a predator hiding in plain sight. His arrest was a somber culmination of a twisted game played out behind closed doors. As the truth came to light, a haunting realization settled over the community. The building itself held memories of the past, whispers that echoed through the empty halls, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within its walls. Weber's trial unfolded with chilling precision, his unnerving calmness contrasting with the horrors he had unleashed. The guilty verdict brought a sense of closure, but the lingering whispers of the past refused to fade, a spectral reminder of the price paid for silence. The apartment building now stands deserted, a silent witness to the horrors that unfolded within its confines. Despite attempts to erase the stains of the past, echoes of whispers persist, a reminder that some secrets are buried too deep to be forgotten. The heating system still groans, the pipes continue to rattle its a familiar refrain, a haunting melody that lulls the building to sleep as restless souls linger in the shadows, their whispers carried on the cold drafts that drift through the vents. Story 22, the aged library faced its inevitable fate of demolition. The workers diligently carried out their tasks, nearing the completion of dismantling the structure. Amidst the chaos of destruction, one worker stumbled upon a concealed latch cleverly hidden within a bookshelf. With a gentle click, the entire bookcase swung open, unveiling a narrow passageway leading to a secretive chamber. The air within was heavy, untouched by human hands for decades. The room was devoid of furniture except for a solitary chair positioned at the center, firmly bolted to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed, "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly contacted the police as what was supposed to be a routine demolition swiftly transformed into a sinister mystery. Detective Morgan Walsh, seasoned by 20 years in law enforcement, stepped into the hidden room. His flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the chilling message that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice resonating within the confined space. "No one interferes until forensics arrives." The history of the building added a layer of intrigue to the unfolding enigma. The library had once belonged to the Harrington family, esteemed members of the community who had donated the building to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her final year of college, Rebecca left behind no trace except her abandoned car discovered near the woods. Despite extensive searches and investigations, the case grew cold, with the prevailing belief that she had chosen to vanish and start anew. Yet her family never embraced this theory, convinced that a darker truth lingered. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden room, they unearthed hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair, with traces of blood and skin cells within the scratched walls. Initial analysis suggested the biological remnants belonged to a young female who had fiercely struggled against her restraints. Walsh gathered a team to delve into the Harrington family's past. The timing of the library's donation after Rebecca's disappearance tugged at his instincts, hinting at a connection waiting to be unraveled. Further scrutiny unearthed a disturbing revelation. The contractor who installed the bookshelf leading to the hidden room had exclusively worked for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records unveiled substantial payments made to this contractor, surpassing standard renovation costs. Past library staff expressed shock at the discovery, with one elderly librarian recalling Maxwell's solitary visits to that section of the building, safeguarding it from alterations under the guise of historical significance. The investigation intensified when DNA testing confirmed the genetic material in the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's belongings. The timeline unfolded with grim clarity. Rebecca had not fled, but had been held captive behind the bookshelf, potentially by a member of her own family. Armed with a warrant, detectives scoured the Harrington estate, unearthing a hidden journal in Maxwell's study. The journal detailed his disturbing fixation on his niece, culminating in a chilling entry hinting at dark intentions. Confronted with the evidence, Maxwell's veneer of innocence shattered. He confessed to imprisoning Rebecca out of fear for his tarnished reputation. In a moment of confrontation, Rebecca had met a tragic end at his hands. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of her remains beneath the hidden room's floor, her skeletal form clad in a silver bracelet, a poignant symbol of a life unjustly taken. The Harrington family faced Maxwell's sentencing with heavy hearts, finding closure in the retrieval of Rebecca's bracelet, a memento to honor her memory. The library's demolition halted, transforming the site into a place of remembrance. Locals paid tribute with floral offerings, honoring a life extinguished prematurely and a truth concealed behind a bookshelf, waiting patiently to be unveiled. In a somber twist of fate, Rebecca's desperate message etched on the walls, "I am still here," ensured her presence lingered, a poignant reminder that justice, though delayed, prevails in the end. Story 23. The tale of the new inhabitants began with an unusual occurrence, the crackling of the old intercom system late at night, a relic of the past, forgotten yet still functional. The husband, a man named Daniel, felt a spark of curiosity one night and pressed the button. A whisper, faint but distinct, crackled through the speaker, asking, "Why did you come back?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. Standing behind him, his wife Meredith whispered softly, "I never said that." The Victorian manor they now called home stood amidst ancient oak trees, its old facade hiding a modern interior that bore witness to its rich history. Daniel and Meredith Parker, the proud new owners, had been drawn to the property by its charm and the unique feature of the intercom system that connected all rooms. The real estate agent had seemed uneasy during the showing, hinting at untold stories within the walls. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in her unmarked car, the gravel crunching under the tires adding to the mysterious ambience. The call had been about a possible break-in, but there was an unspoken tension in the air, hinting at something deeper. Daniel, his face pale in the dim light, welcomed Detective Reeves inside, leading her through the grand foyer. He recounted how the strange occurrences began with the intercom static, whispers, then full sentences that both he and Meredith had heard. In the living room, Meredith sat rigid, holding a steaming mug that remained untouched. Without hesitation, she revealed the discovery behind a wall while renovating the kitchen pantry, a small, weathered journal wrapped in plastic, penned by a woman named Eleanor, the previous owner of the house. Eleanor's entries spoke of her fear of her husband Vincent, hinting at sinister intentions. The final entry, dated 3 decades ago, marked the end of her chronicles. The investigation uncovered the truth behind the chilling journal entries. Vincent and Eleanor Blackwood had indeed resided in the house, with Vincent selling it after Eleanor's disappearance, leaving behind a web of unanswered questions. Forensic analysis revealed human remains buried beneath the garden shed, confirming the suspicions of foul play. A wedding band inscribed with "To Eleanor, my eternal love" further solidified the case against Vincent Blackwood, who in his old age admitted to the crime with a disturbing calmness. His confession unveiled a meticulously crafted facade of Eleanor's departure, masking the truth of her tragic fate. Vincent's trial ended swiftly with a guilty plea, highlighting the premeditated nature of the crime and the years of deceit that followed. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark past, sold the property after a solemn memorial for Eleanor in the garden. The intercom, a bearer of secrets, was removed during renovations by the subsequent owners, who heard whispers and static, dismissing them as mere interference. Detective Reeves revisited the case file, pondering the house's role in unraveling the mystery across time. The justice system had caught up with Vincent Blackwood, thanks to Eleanor's voice echoing through the ages. The local law enforcement dubbed it the house that answered back, a reminder of the lingering echoes of the past. As Detective Reeves passed by the property, she listened for whispers in the wind, a haunting reminder of a story that had finally found its end. Story 24. The ancient apartment held secrets within its walls, whispering pipes, creaking floorboards, but the new tenant sensed a difference in the sounds she heard. The footsteps, deliberate and steady, seemed to echo from above, despite her dwelling on the top floor. One night, emboldened by curiosity, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The noise ceased abruptly, enveloping the room in an eerie hush. Then a single rap echoed back to her from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the strange incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the building or perhaps a curious critter exploring the attic space. Night after night, the rhythmic footsteps traversed her ceiling, a haunting presence in the darkness. She adjusted by increasing the volume of her television, wearing headphones to bed, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls that seemed to trace invisible paths above her. Detective Morris's attention was drawn to the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall to address a water leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker stumbled upon a narrow passageway that defied the building's original layout. A flashlight beam illuminated a makeshift shelter within scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. Alarmed, the building superintendent contacted the authorities immediately. Upon arrival, Detective Morris and his partner found the maintenance worker visibly shaken, muttering about a hidden observer living within the walls. The notebook revealed meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman's daily activities, her routines, her guests, even her meals and TV preferences. The handwriting, once orderly, deteriorated into chaos towards the end, interspersed with cryptic symbols. The final entry ominously declared, "The subject no longer responds to my signals." She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me. Forensic teams scoured the crawl space, uncovering fingerprints that evaded identification in any database. An intricate network of hidden passages within the building's structure, some dating back decades, was revealed. These passages interconnected various apartments, yet terminated in observation points concealed as innocuous fixtures or minor damages, only one pointed towards Sarah Coleman's residence. Interviews with current tenants yielded no abnormalities beyond typical apartment noises. Former inhabitants, however, shared unsettling experiences. 3 prior occupants of Sarah's unit confessed to feeling watched or hearing inexplicable movements. One had departed after a mere fortnight, all hesitant to voice their fears for fear of appearing paranoid. The breakthrough in the investigation arrived with the discovery of microscopic blood traces in a crawlspace. DNA analysis linked the samples to Martin Weaver, a former tenant who had vanished mysteriously 4 years prior. Martin had resided directly below Sarah's apartment. Inquiries into his disappearance revealed that he had complained of noises emanating from above, confronting the quiet tenant named Edward, who vacated his unit shortly before Martin's disappearance, leaving no forwarding details. Delving further, investigators traced Edward's transient history through various top-floor apartments over 2 decades. A consistent pattern emerged: minimal social interactions, sudden departures, and a fervent desire for silence. A neighbor from Edward's past recalled his intensity and fixation on quietude. Property records disclosed Edward's ownership of remote rural property, leading authorities to a secluded cabin adorned with unsettling relics. Photographs of apartment residents, including Sarah and Martin, lined the walls alongside intricate maps of ventilation systems and structural weaknesses. Journals chronicled the observations of specimens and the maintenance of habitats. A corkboard showcased missing persons reports, 6 of which correlated with former residents of Edward's buildings. Beneath the board, deep gashes marred the floor, hinting at grim rituals. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs uncovered fresh graves, unraveling a chilling truth. As forensic experts identified the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, whispers of lingering noises persisted. During security installations, workers stumbled upon a new clue, a second notebook concealed in a crevice, its entries mirroring the initial findings. The final page ominously illustrated Sarah's apartment layout, marking a new hidden passage in crimson ink, scheduled for that very night. Responding swiftly, officers rushed to evacuate Sarah, only to discover her absence. Her deserted apartment bore signs of recent occupation, her phone left behind, the television flickering and the shower running. A cryptic message etched onto the misty mirror instructed, "Look up." Above the shower, a removed ceiling panel unveiled an unsettling truth. The manhunt for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction specialist, remains ongoing. His intricate knowledge of building structures enabled the creation of hidden observation points and passages. Thermal scans revealed no current occupancy within the walls, leaving Sarah Coleman's whereabouts a haunting mystery. Her case intertwines with a string of disappearances across state lines, prompting warnings to building managers regarding concealed spaces. For Detective Morris, the lingering image isn't the graves or the journals, it's the echo of Sarah's solitary nights, the phantom footsteps from an empty space above her. Sometimes, in the solitude of his own home, he gazes upwards, listening intently, waiting, pondering who else might be listening in return. Story 25, The Mysterious Victorian House. She entered through the front door, and dust danced in the still air of the abandoned house. Years of neglect had left the walls peeling and the furniture covered in sheets, frozen in time. But amidst the eerie stillness, there was a peculiar anomaly that captured her attention: the doors. Each one she opened led her back to the same parlor, no matter the path she took, no matter the door she chose. It was as if the house itself was playing a mysterious game, guiding her in circles with no escape in sight. And when she turned to leave, the front door had vanished into thin air, trapping her inside. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body turned the once forgotten Victorian into a haunting crime scene, shrouded in darkness and secrets. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing the forensic team move silently through the dimly lit rooms like phantoms. The house had earned a reputation among the locals, a place where compasses spun wildly, where shadows seemed to whisper ancient secrets. Now it held a truth far more sinister than mere legends. The medical examiner's hushed voice broke the heavy silence, revealing that Morgan had perished from asphyxiation, her body found seated in a vintage chair in the parlor as though awaiting a visitor. Her serene expression and folded hands belied the mystery of her demise: no struggle, no signs of foul play. The scene exuded a chilling calmness that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. As Lynn delved into the case, she learned that Morgan, a young researcher intrigued by architectural enigmas, had ventured into the house multiple times before her untimely death. Her journal chronicled strange phenomena within the walls, echoes that defied logic, cold spots that defied explanation, and doors that led to ever-shifting destinations. In her final entry, Morgan spoke of capturing these anomalies with specialized equipment that had inexplicably vanished. The autopsy unearthed a puzzling detail: a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, hinting at possible hallucinogenic exposure. But those who knew her denied any involvement with mind-altering substances, emphasizing her dedication to academic rigor. Deleted messages on her phone hinted at a clandestine relationship with someone who shared her fascination with the house, someone who spoke of the dwelling as if it held ancient secrets waiting to be unraveled. The investigation led Lynn to Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history who had collaborated with Morgan. Reeves spoke of the house's deceptive design, crafted to confuse and confound visitors. He too believed there was more to the structure than met the eye, a hidden truth waiting to be revealed. Despite his alibi placing him elsewhere at the time of Morgan's death, the shadows of suspicion lingered. A revelation from Alina Blackwood's grandson shed light on the house's dark history, unveiling a legacy of unexplained deaths within its walls. Dubbed the Claiming, these deaths mirrored Morgan's demise peaceful expressions, no signs of struggle, only a quiet surrender. Journals from generations past painted a grim picture of lives lost to an unseen force lurking within the house. A hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace unveiled a chamber of ancient artifacts, imbued with a power that transcended time and space. Among them, a deity figurine symbolizing the threshold between worlds, its essence intertwined with the rare alkaloid found in Morgan's system. And as the investigation deepened, traces of an unknown presence within the house emerged, fingerprints hinting at a silent witness to Morgan's final moments. In a tragic twist, Adam Reeves met a similar fate to Morgan, his body discovered in a pose mirroring hers, bearing the same mysterious substance in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that unlocked the hidden chamber, a chamber that held the key to the house's enigmatic past. His final message echoed a chilling truth that the house ensnared not the body, but the mind, trapping all who dared to glimpse its secrets. The case remained open, a haunting enigma classified as suspicious deaths, the house condemned and off-limits to all. Yet whispers persisted of spectral lights flickering within its walls, of visitors who vanished without a trace. Some believed the house claimed those who delved too deeply into its mysteries, while others saw Morgan and Reeves as seekers of a truth beyond comprehension. In the end, the truth remained elusive, like a phantom door that led only to the beginning. The Victorian stood as a silent sentinel, guarding its secrets with a quiet malevolence, a place where reality blurred and the boundaries between worlds faded into shadows. And as night fell over the forsaken house, the echoes of the past whispered softly, beckoning the curious to unlock its timeless riddles. Story 26. The gentle current whispered its lullaby that morning, the water a mirror reflecting the stillness of the world. The fisherman's boat drifted lazily, almost blending into the glassy surface, his mind lost in the rhythm of the river. It was then, amidst the tranquility, that a glint of something unusual caught his eye near the shore, a suitcase, bobbing silently like a forgotten secret. At first it seemed like a mere shadow, a fragment of someone's past discarded carelessly. But as he drew closer, a pungent scent crept into his senses, thick and cloying, wrapping around him like a shroud. The suitcase was not just a vessel for forgotten belongings, it held something far more sinister within its rusty chains. Authorities descended upon the scene, their movements solemn and methodical. When the case was pried open, it revealed not garments or trinkets, but a horror wrapped in silence. Hair cascaded like dark rivers, fingers frozen in a macabre dance of despair. And at the heart of it all, a note ominous haunting, a promise of more darkness to come. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived, her presence a whisper of authority in the hushed landscape. Her eyes took in the grim tableau before her, the victim, a woman of mystery and tragedy, her features now etched in the cruel embrace of water's touch. The medical examiner's meticulous work painted a portrait of loss and violence, each detail a brushstroke in a somber masterpiece. Yet what struck Mercer amidst the desolation was not just the brutality of the crime, but the unsettling care taken with the victim's presentation. Here lay Catherine Walsh, a woman of stature and grace, her nails manicured, her hair styled with precision, her attire speaking of luxury and sophistication. It was a display, a macabre exhibition orchestrated with eerie intent. Walsh's life unfolded like a tapestry of secrets as Mercer delved into her world. A real estate maven, she navigated the realm of opulent homes and whispered deals with finesse. Divorced, childless, a solitary figure in an opulent neighborhood, her existence was a paradox of ambition and seclusion. Colleagues painted a portrait of a woman driven by perfection, meticulous in her craft, a ghost haunting the corridors of luxury with a smile that held secrets. Her disappearance, a sudden tear in the fabric of her existence, had set in motion a chain of events that now unraveled before Mercer's eyes. The investigation led to Walsh's sanctuary, the modernist haven she called home. Within its pristine walls, a world of order reigned supreme. Every corner was a testament to precision, every object a reflection of control. Yet amidst the symphony of perfection, a discordant note, a drawer slightly ajar, a leather-bound journal waiting to reveal its secrets. The journal whispered of shadows, of unseen eyes tracing the lines of Walsh's life with malevolent intent. Digital footprints painted a picture of stalking, of an unseen presence lurking in the shadows of her cyber existence. "I see your perfection," the messages taunted, a sinister echo of a twisted mind. Mercer's deduction wove a tapestry of dread, a killer driven not by rage, but by ritual, a meticulous dance of darkness and obsession. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, each revelation a step closer to the heart of the abyss that had claimed Walsh's life. The breakthrough came in a pawn shop, a glimmer of recognition in the eyes of a humble merchant. The missing emerald necklace, a beacon in the sea of shadows, led to a quiet man named Michael Linden, a maintenance worker with a facade of normalcy, a heart harboring unspeakable darkness. Surveillance footage painted a chilling portrait of Linden's obsession, his silent presence a specter haunting Walsh's world. The walls of his modest abode whispered tales of obsession, of women captured in stolen moments, their lives laid bare for his twisted gaze. The interrogation room bore witness to Linden's calm facade, his voice a monotone mask for the horrors within. Imperfection, he whispered, a mantra of madness that justified his crimes in his fractured mind. The shrine of the victims, a gallery of stolen souls, stood as a testament to his deranged vision of perfection. As the trial unfolded, the families of the victims found closure in the justice served a life sentence for a man whose shadow had darkened their lives forever. Yet for Mercer, questions lingered like ghosts in the night. What drove Linden to such depths of depravity? What broken mirror within him reflected back the shattered pieces of his soul? The river flowed on, its waters carrying away the remnants of a tragedy that had scarred the land. But in the quiet of the precinct on Mercer's desk lay the chilling reminders of a darkness that dwelled in the hearts of men. Behind the veneer of normalcy, behind the facade of perfection, lay the shadows of the human soul, a reminder that in the stillness of the night, even the most tranquil waters could hide the deepest secrets of the abyss. Story 27, The Aged Envelope, its corners tinged with the passage of time, bore the mark of a recent journey through the mail. With deliberate hands, the detective unfolded its contents, revealing a solitary sheet of paper adorned with a message typed in a rush, the letters uneven and hurried. "I am sorry for what I did," the words whispered from the page. A dampness clung to the paper, carrying with it a faint scent of iron that lingered in the air. It was then that their eyes caught sight of a reddish smear along the edge, a chilling revelation that this was no ordinary correspondence. Detective Sarah Morgan, her fingers encased in protective gloves, carefully secured the letter in an evidence bag, knowing instinctively the gravity of what lay before her. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions. The crimson stain was human blood, a match to the DNA from a cold case that had tormented the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had met a tragic end in her own home, her body bearing the cruel marks of a violent attack. Her laptop was gone, her notes scattered, a haunting testament to a story left unfinished. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had remained unsolved, a shadow cast over the diligent work of law enforcement. Now this cryptic letter had found its way to the homicide division, a silent plea for justice shrouded in mystery. The paper yielded few fingerprints, only ghostly smudges hinting at a careful sender who had shielded their identity. The postmark, a solitary clue in the vast expanse of the unknown, beckoned the team forward in their pursuit of truth. Gathering her colleagues in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan unveiled the letter, pinning it at the heart of the investigation board. "This changes everything," she murmured, her voice a hushed murmur in the stillness of the room. "Our perpetrator bears the weight of remorse." Detective James Chen, a steadfast presence by Morgan's side, cast a shadow of doubt. "Or perhaps it is a veiled deception, a calculated play to unsettle us," he ventured, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic message. The forensics team traced the unique imprint of the typewriter to a bygone model, a relic of the past with a story untold. As they delved deeper, retracing the steps of Rebecca's life, a portrait emerged of a fearless journalist unyielding in her pursuit of truth. Her investigations had led her to the doorstep of a powerful family embroiled in a web of intrigue and deceit. With each revelation, the threads of the case grew more tangled, weaving a tapestry of secrets and lies. The detectives turned their attention to Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, a figure caught in the orbit of her relentless pursuit of justice. As the weight of the evidence mounted, cracks began to surface in his facade, a subtle shift in his demeanor betraying a hidden truth. She spoke of shadows following her, he confessed, his words heavy with regret. I dismissed her fears as paranoia, a fatal misstep. While the detectives pursued this new light, a second letter materialized, bearing the same telltale signs of its predecessor, a chilling echo of a past shrouded in darkness. The words etched upon the page unraveled a tale of betrayal and fear. She uncovered the family's secrets, the inheritance, the truth behind the patriarch's demise. It was never meant to end this way. The trail led to the opulent mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, stood at the nexus of the unfolding drama. His collection of antiquities held a hidden key, a vintage typewriter whispering of untold secrets. As questions mounted, his polished facade began to crack, revealing a darker truth lurking beneath the surface. The breakthrough came with the discovery of microscopic fibers linking the letters to custom stationery used exclusively by the youngest daughter, Eleanor. A web of deceit unfurled, exposing a tangled web of conspiracy woven within the family's own walls. A search of Richard's estate uncovered a hidden chamber, a trove of damning evidence linking him to the crime. The final puzzle piece emerged in the form of a recording, capturing Richard's chilling words in a moment of damning clarity. As the truth unfurled, the web of lies began to unravel, revealing a tapestry of deception woven with threads of betrayal. With each revelation, the darkness that had cloaked the case began to dissipate, paving the way for justice to prevail. In the courtroom, as the gavel fell and the verdict was rendered, a sense of closure descended upon the room. Detective Morgan, a silent guardian of the truth, approached Rebecca's grieving parents, offering them a measure of solace in the wake of their loss. The blood-stained letters, now silent witnesses to a tale of tragedy and redemption, stood as a testament to the enduring power of justice. The case of Rebecca Warren, a beacon in the annals of detective lore, served as a reminder that even the most carefully orchestrated crimes can unravel in the face of truth and the weight of a guilty conscience. And so, as the night whispered its secrets and the world drifted into slumber, the echoes of a mystery solved lingered in the air, a lullaby of closure for the restless souls yearning for peace.